my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, nah, unlikely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a f***ing name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste it, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate it, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic. Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want them, yeah. Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. I was built to last with the webs on.
truth, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would pay. Used to never do what's best for me. I was such a hopeless fool. I just kept making the same mistakes, yeah. That was until I found you. You became the middle way between getting no love and getting way too much. I pray that you're the one who cares for me, cares enough to keep me safe. Just like the sun, you showed me which way I should go, yeah. Just like the wind, you pulled me up when I was low, oh yeah. This time my hopes are up, 'cause you got my heart in your hand.
it's not too late to be heard. So tell me what I need to know. Tell me what I need to know. And stop picturing.
To hurt you, never meant to make you cry. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Can't pretend I'm pretty baby. I know we can't be friends. That's why I took some time to figure out what I really want. It's crazy.
Judges, are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this show started by welcoming to the stage your host and MC for tonight. You may know him from the Olympia broadcast on the Mr. Olympia weekend, and that is coming up this year, December 16th to the 18th in Las Vegas, or from the comedy channels of Sirius XM Radio, including Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup. Please welcome to the stage your host and MC, Tim Wilkins. Thank you very much. That was me giving me my intro. Thank you so much. Thank you both. We have an amazing show for you. We're going to start off with pros, but first we're going to do what we do in this great United States, in the great state of Texas. We're going to rise for our national anthem. All right. How's it going out there, Texas? Oh, no. We're going to have a big night. How's it going, everybody? Very nice. Well, I do have one quick announcement since it is Texas. There's no COVID anymore, so big round of applause for Greg Abbott. COVID is in the upper 48 states. We don't have it in Florida either, so it's so nice to be here. We have an incredible show for you. We're going to start with the IFBB Pro League Classic Physique Men's Pros. And we're going to dive right in with our first competitor from Houston, Texas, right here, number 2, Tommy Clark.
All right, this is Dr. Morales, and I have my guest commentator, my wife, Corey Morales, and we're going to be commentating the live stream today. So we're looking at Mr. Tommy Clark from Houston, Texas, and man, I've been following this guy for a few years. He looks freaking incredible. We're really, really excited to see Houston represented so strong. Just a phenomenal physique.
Yeah, he transitioned really nicely from a men's physique competitor into a classic physique competitor just last year.
Yeah, really cool. He qualified the 2021 Olympia by winning the Linda Murray Savannah Pro for Real Strength, and he looked phenomenal at that show. Turned pro in 2018, and has done 15 shows as a pro. So this guy's a seasoned pro, and you can kind of see the way he's transitioning and the way he's moving his body that he is a very, very, very elite competitive class physique professional. Love his music. Really nice transitions here.
It's got to be a little bit challenging to be the first one out the gate, the first one on stage, but then you get to do your thing and call it done and just wait and watch. Very nice.
Love that routine.
Tommy Clark, keeping it going from Texas.
It's got to be a special treat to be able to compete in your, in your home city.
Got a big show ahead tonight, folks. I am getting paid in gas cards, so we're going to have to move it before they'll lose value.
Yeah, host Tim this evening got all the good jokes for us
Doing
here.
up Tommy's music right now. John the Tank Sherman putting on a great show again this year. We thank him for all his hard work, his wife Virginia and their entire team. And of course our sponsors, as we wait for Tommy Clark's music to queue up, with our title sponsors, Frontline Alternative Hormone Therapy,
you guys who couldn't make
Trace
it
the
today,
Body Tension Release
we have
Therapy,
a
and
great
Morales
show
Plastic
hosted
Surgery.
by
Dr. Morales
Virginia
backstage right now. All
and
right,
John
Tommy Clark,
the Tank
or Tony
Sherman.
Davis, have fun.
So it's been a really great show this morning. Had a great pre-judging event this morning. Tons of people were out. It's been a sight to see. Our next athlete here is going to be Mr. Tony Davis, and another phenomenal elite classic physique pro. Starting off with some beautiful music here. He's another Texas boy. Been competing since 2013. Turned pro in 2016. Has really had a great, impressive showing. Got second in the 2016 San Antonio Classic here in Texas. He's done 10 pro shows, Corey.
Oh, wow, 10 shows. That's great.
And did the Arnold in 2018.
That's always a prestigious stage to be able to present your physique on. And just like that, he's finished up.
204 from Anaheim, California. Please welcome Jeremy.
Our next one is we're taking outside of Texas, going to California with this guy.
California people made it on Texas, you know what I'm saying? Like that swagger. He's coming out with some California swagger. Like it.
Jeremy Dutra here, presenting his physique at the Houston Tournament of Champions.
I looked all these guys up. I'm not really that smart, but I did do a little bit of research on all these athletes, the classic physique. You know, this is my division as a professional athlete, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background on these guys. Turned pro in 2019 to USA's. His highest pro placement was in 2020 at the Battle in the Desert with 6th place. So this is his first show since then. And you can definitely see a really, really nice developed physique.
I'm sure that COVID probably played a part in his competitive history, not being able to compete or choosing not to compete since 2020. I think we're now luckily coming back to fuller shows, more shows, the ability for athletes to get back on stage, and it's a great time.
Next up, 205 with San Bernardino, California, Jonathan Jimenez.
All right, next athlete is Mr. Jonathan Jimenez. Oh yeah, the Terminator entrance.
Love that.
There you go, Terminator theme song.
Yeah, we know Ariel Kadar won the fitness division at the Arnold this year with a Terminator-themed routine, so love to see that. It's always a good day to give homage to Arnold.
Another athlete transitioned from men's physique turned pro in 2020 at the North Americans. And he actually competed in middleweight bodybuilding at the same show. He's competing now in classic physique. He's done 8 shows since 2021 with the best placement of the year coming from the Mile High Pro, and he placed 5th. So all of these classic physique athletes are just incredible.
Yeah, talk about the time and effort it takes to choreograph a really smooth routine. You really got to put in some effort and some thought into it. Want to sync it to your music so that you can be hitting your poses right when the music hits, and it really makes for a nice presentation.
Wonderful physique. I really like his physique. Good V-tapered, full shoulders, good balance between his arms, legs, great core there. Outstanding job. I think we'll see a lot more of him this year.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jimenez. Next up from Portsmouth, Virginia, number 206, Jared Keys.
All right, coming up next, Jared Keys from Virginia. Very nice. Let's see what Mr. Keys has for us here this evening.
Like his music so far. I like that pace. So, young man, 24 years old, turned 4-0 in 2021 at the Junior USA's.
Oh yeah, talking about a long career really left ahead of you, only 24.
And listen to this, Corey. He won first place at the middleweight bodybuilding at the same show.
Oh wow, good for him. That's amazing.
And he's coming off his pro debut at the Boston Pro, where he placed 7th place.
Oh, that's really great for the
Fantastic.
Boston show.
Another upcoming classic physique professional. He just continue to get bigger and better and look even better. So
I just love to see these guys in their element, really just enjoying the opportunity to present their physique on stage and showcase all their hard work.
And for those of you who are not familiar with bodybuilding, this is a classic physique division. So we're really looking at symmetry and balance, good full muscles throughout, nothing too crazy big like in the bodybuilding divisions. There's weight limits to your height, which is unique to this division. That it does kind of limit the symmetry and the fullness you can put on your frame. The posing is it's not judged specifically, but it is heavily considered. The placement of these athletes. And so it's one of those aspects of the division I find very, very, very interesting, and I actually enjoy it. Like posing, one of my favorite things to do.
Right, and certainly something worth putting your effort into when you get into, places that do offer best posing awards like the Arnold now.
Next athlete here is Mr. Kenneth Owens. Really, really interesting, kind of interesting kind of story behind this guy. Turned pro in 2006 after only doing one NPC show, then the Junior USA's where he got his card.
Wow, he went pretty straight to pro. That's impressive.
Been playing around.
When you know what you want, you just go for it.
Love his structure. Beautiful physique. Nice transitions. Been very impressed. I watched the pre-judging this morning in Pro Classic. Very impressed with the conditioning and the presentation of all the athletes. It's make the judges' life a little bit hard this afternoon.
Yeah, in this show, we've got just at 11 competitors, so a fairly small class. Your competition may be stiff amongst that group, but then still overall a pretty good shot to either earn points or outright win and punch that ticket to the Olympia.
Love this posing. Really fits his physique very well.
Very nice. Great job by Kenneth Owens.
From Santa Monica, California, Damian Patrick.
Mr. Damian Patrick. So we saw Mr. Patrick at our show, Corey. You know that?
I didn't realize that. That's great.
He got second place to Logan Franklin.
Patrick.
So at the Hawaii show, that's the show that you're referencing back in November of last year. So
Came to the mainland.
that's right. He's just keeping it rolling.
Last year was the first year for the Pro Classic division at the Sean Ray Hawaiian Classic. And Damien, you looked absolutely incredible. I cut him a big fat check for second place.
Here he is in the hunt looking for more money today.
He's been at this for a while now. He's been competing since 2014, turned pro in 2018 at the USA's. He's done 6 pro shows with his blessed payment come from pro debut, winning 4th at the 2018 Tampa Pro.
That's awesome. The Tampa Pro is always a huge show, so that's great.
I distinctly remember his posing routine. It was just very dynamic, really smooth, good transitions. A lot of muscle in his frame. A lot of muscle.
A work of art.
That's the whole point of classic physique, is you want to be like a living statue, just a work of art.
Ah, there's the smile.
There it
That's
is.
always nice to see. Gotta let the judges know you're having fun, you're enjoying yourself. Make them smile too.
Loving this routine. Really, really nice routine. Good transitions. Really goes well with his physique.
Damian Patrick.
Good job, Damien.
Very
When you
nice.
can tell these pros are under 40, you don't see the Masters class getting that low. They're not getting back up. Keeping things moving, Raleigh, North Carolina, number 209. Welcome, Lamar Shaw.
Right, welcoming our next athlete, Mr. Lamar Shaw. Another seasoned class physique professional. He's making 2019. He's done 7 shows in best placement was second at the 2021 Linda Murray.
Very nice. Drop it down low.
I love that pose on him. It's amazing what God-given genetics can be. Once you actually can reach your full potential of your structure, how you can show it off. And his Naturally small waist, beautiful V structure there. You can tell he works really hard. Well done. Good.
Yeah, here at the beginning of the year, the beginning of the season, really all the competitors are just getting situated again and getting back to that feeling of being on stage. We've got lots of shows ahead of us, be able to take that judges' feedback and refine their physique, refine their routine, and definitely bring their best to the stage.
Kudos to all the athletes that are here today, both NPC and the IFBB Pro League. Tons of hard work that goes into presenting your body for minutes.
Lamar Shaw, great job.
A lot of hard work, guys.
That's exactly right.
Next up from CB Valley, California, number 210.
Another
Noel
Californian
Thompson.
competitor coming up here.
California people. We got a great
little
one here.
MJ. That's what I'm talking
So
about.
you're gonna like this, Corey. So this is Mr. Noel Thomas. He was a 1999 Mr. USA Lightweight class winner.
Yes.
When he won that year, there were some other names on the list that were trying to turn pro at the same time. Kenny Hester,
Wow.
John Meadows.
The original classic
Yeah.
physique at the Olympia.
Original, first ever classic Mr. O. John Meadows, Rich Piana,
Wow.
Dave Palumbo,
Wow.
Melvin Anthony. He was competing on stage with all those guys.
Wow, some big names in the game for sure. Look at him.
This guy has been through the 90 legends with the legends himself, and he's up here competing right now. How do you like that? Isn't that
I love
incredible?
that. And he looks like he's having a good time
He's
at it
having
too.
You can tell he's having a blast, just loving it.
I think he should get extra points for Michael Jackson music.
I give you a high five on that one. Love it. This music fits his personality so well. You can see him backstage. He was very charismatic and having a good time. He was just really enjoying just being here, you know. And
That's what
really,
it's all about. You got to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, why are you doing it?
right.
Noel Thompson.
There you go.
Yes.
Good job, buddy. Love
Noel
that.
told me earlier when he got his pro card, Michael Jackson was still on tour, so that's really impressive.
Wow, that's been a minute. If Michael
Next up,
Jackson was
from
still on
McKinney,
tour when he
Texas,
earned his
number
pro card.
11, welcome Darwin Uribe.
Yes. All right, here comes Darwin. He was at the Arnold this year. What was his placing at the Arnold this year? Remind me.
He was top 10 easy. This guy is one of the guys, he's on my list. He's one of my favorite physiques in the entire league. Just an incredible aesthetic structure. Works hard. The way he's looking today, I mean, it's a really, really good chance he's going to win the whole show today. Just a really great, very, very humble man.
His conditioning is always on point. I think the one thing that we've heard about him, and you might, as a classic physique competitor, be able to comment on is his size. So he's got the structure and the conditioning, but maybe just needs to put in a little bit more work in getting that muscle thickness.
So he's been competing with the best of the best. Competing in 2021 Olympia after winning his pro debut, the Chicago Pro, which is not a small
Very
pro to win.
impressive.
He won
That is a highly regarded show.
And he's actually a Labrada sponsored athlete. And you'll see him running around with Mr. Lee Labrada himself, Mr. Classic himself.
The legend.
I think Lee is kind of taking him under his wing a little bit. You can see a lot of the movements. I'm seeing some Lee in him. What do you think, Corey?
I think so. And that is a good look. Lee always was a great poser, a hard studier in what it meant to transition well, to hit those poses, and really make the transition like their own pose.
It speaks volume of the athlete himself, because Lee does not come behind anybody, just anybody. So it tells you a lot when he believes in you. He's a man of high ethics and work ethic and discipline. And if he's taking on him, then I'm be a special person. Not everything I've seen of him and talking to him, he's just a great person. You'll see this guy definitely rise in the ranks of the IFBB Pro League. Mark my words. He'll be at the Olympia this year, in my opinion.
He might be qualifying right here tonight.
There we go.
Very
Well done.
nice.
Well done.
And rounding out our Classic Physique pros today. from
All
Bowling
right,
Green,
welcoming
Kentucky,
our
number 212,
last
Bartley Weaver.
pro classic physique competitor to the stage here.
Mr. Bartley Weaver. I haven't seen much of him. I don't recognize his face. But he's looking really good here. I saw him at the prejudge, and he looked really good. I loved his transitions. He was moving very well at the morning show. And the lineups, he looked really good too. He's been competing since 2016 and did his first pro in 2021 at the IB Puerto Rico. He placed 7th.
Puerto Rico, that's a show that I'd like to get to one day.
Yeah.
Take me to an island, I'll compete
go.
there. All right, so pretty soon we'll be awarding some hardware, giving out some checks for these classic physique pros.
Everyone who's watching the live stream, I've got to tell you the atmosphere is dynamic. I mean, there's really like Simon in this crowd. People are watching, and the athletes backstage look excited. Look amazing. I wish I could kind of show you guys here that the guys are having a good time together. It's camaraderie of bodybuilding.
And it's been a really smoothly run show in prejudging and then already right off the bat here in the finals this evening. So we're really getting a treat here today.
Great routine. Really like this routine.
Bartley
Well
Weaver,
done.
great job.
Well done.
Very nice.
All right, we're gonna
Congrats
bring
to
them
all
all
of our
out.
pros who competed here today. Excellent.
Have a confirmation round from our
job.
judges
Yep, now we'll move into that confirmation round. Take another
as they're
look.
making their way out. As I will throughout the night, want to thank our other sponsors. Labrada Nutrition, Brotherhood, Top Secret Cookie, the Cookie Man's here, Exhale Negativity, Trigger Point Therapy, SBM, Let's Get Serious Activewear, IV Therapy Houston, AMMP, Muscle Egg, Lift Heavy Clothing, Muscular Recovery, Red Zone, Cali Cook, Vixeri, and Fit Fashion.
All right, the guys are all lined up
How
on
about a huge
stage.
hand? They're all out here right now. A big
We'll
hand for all of
hear
our pros
who
tonight.
the
bringing in
judges
top
like
condition.
shortly.
These guys really brought it today. Once again, 4Net Media Group on YouTube if you want to tell your friends and family.
Yeah, we just appreciate all you
Hey,
guys
Judge Bill
tuning
Cedillo,
in here
turn it
on
over
the
to you
live
for the first
stream.
time
If you
tonight.
weren't able to be here in person, it's great that you can see the action here.
Yeah, first time I think for the show for John and Virginia to do this as a live stream. So we're very thankful to them to let me be part of it and kind of give my I don't know. I've never done this before. Corey's done this before. She used to do journalism.
205 and 203 switch places. 203 and 212 switch places.
So this group here looks to be the second group for call-outs.
So those people who don't follow bodybuilding, what they're going to do is the judges have their top 5, top 6 already kind of lined up already from the morning. And then we get like 4 or 5 hours between, it's called the day show and the night show. And during that time, we typically rest, we eat a little bit more, don't drink a whole lot of water. Because what happens when you drink water, Corey?
When you drink water, you lose some of the look of that hard conditioning.
It's called you hold water, and what happens, it makes your skin a little bit smoother appearing.
Right.
And you really want to look very, very dry. It's called dry, where your skin is almost crispy. And you can see all the muscle fibers. It's a very, very important part of bodybuilding, is conditioning. The day of the show is not very fun. You're dehydrated, you're very hungry, you're stinky, you're sweaty.
Well, it's fun. It's just
Yeah.
fun in a different way.
In a
It's
different
fun
way,
because
right.
you've got that light at the end of the tunnel. And the first thing you want when you get off stage is water, even though you've been drinking 2 gallons of water a day and you
Yeah.
don't want to look at any more water, then all of a sudden that's all you want is water.
So the night show, what we do is they bring all the athletes back and they do these comparisons sometimes, especially at the pro level, just to confirm what the judges saw this morning. Like they already have their top 5. And so, some of the athletes will sometimes change. I mean, your body changes on the hour, depending on what you eat.
Absolutely.
Stress can cause problems.
Or maybe you went and ate something
yeah.
you shouldn't have eaten.
Yeah, and you have a big gut because you can't digest it and you don't feel good. Like there's things been messed up between the night show and day show. And so,
Favorite classic pose. That's always a fun one. Congrats to these guys.
So this is probably going to be the last, or called the first call-outs, which is going to be your top 6 athletes. There's total 11 athletes at the pro division today. So you're looking at your top 6 here. So the judges are basically comparing everybody again, see who they've gotten tighter. We say tighter because they have a little bit less water on their skin. They look a little more conditioned. They're confirming their symmetry, their muscle mass, their shape.
And they're going through these what we call mandatory poses. So everyone does the same pose. They can see how everyone looks compared to each other. They move folks around to see how they line up differently against others in the class.
Again, for Classic here, we're looking at good symmetry, balance of the arms to thighs to legs to back. Called the V taper. We have a small waist, wide shoulders, wide back, and it's called a classic look. It's like the old guys, in the 70s and 80s, how they looked.
Arnold and Frank, and
So typically at this point, the judges start kind of they call it moving around, which is about to happen here. So the guys for people who don't understand bodybuilding, is that the guys in the center are going to be your top athletes, your 1, 2, 3, 4, and they kind of move out to the sides. So now they're getting shuffled around. They went through their mandatories, and now they're getting shuffled around and kind of putting their places. That's what the judges are doing right now. So Corey and I are by no means judges, but we've been around the bodybuilding industry enough to kind of see like what we're judged on. I'm a classic physique competitor, and Corey's a figure pro. And so, how do you feel like when you're on that lineup, Corey, when you're in the first call out?
it's exciting. It's thrilling for sure, but it's also a little bit stressful because you're like, okay, remember all the little things that you want to hit in each pose. So, you're trying to move a certain way, definitely trying to make sure certain muscles pop. And so it's a lot of work.
Yeah. People are yelling at you from the audience. That's me.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Quads.
Yes,
those
exactly.
kind of things. You have your coaches yelling at you. You're trying to remember all these little things like holding your foot right, or holding tension in your hamstring, or don't breathe, suck it in. Like all these little things are going through your head, and so it's very stressful. Some people, kind of crack under the pressure, and that separates the elites.
That's right. It's easy to get to a point where you're working so hard, and again, you're depleted, so might get a little shaky on stage, and the judges can see that. Unfortunately, it's and then it's all in your head at that point, and that can make things even more stressful. But this lineup is looking so good, and they are working them, going back through those mandatories again, comparing, making sure they've got the scoring and the judging just right.
These guys look amazing. This is my favorite pose, called the Classic Physique Pro pose, and so each athlete has a pose that they feel looks best on them.
And that's the real challenge, is to figure out what looks best on you. It might not be your favorite pose to actually present, but if it's what looks best on your physique, that's the one you got to go with.
Front double bicep.
These guys are getting work, Corey. You see them.
They are.
They're getting work.
They got to earn that money.
Yeah.
They got to, give the crowd a show here tonight.
So big picture, people who are not familiar with bodybuilding, the Professional Pro League is the top of the top. These are the best bodybuilding athletes in the world. So the rankings, you got to go through the NPC here in the United States, National Physique Committee. And you compete in your local shows here in all your cities, close to home. And then you end up going to a national show, right? And then what happens at a national show?
At a national show, you're competing against the best of the best amateurs, and you got to be one, in some cases two, in your class. And it's tough. You could have classes of 20, 30 people, depending on the show. And so, yeah.
It depends on who shows up.
That's right.
Right? And then you become a professional athlete, and this is what these gentlemen are representing right now. Just incredible physiques. They're the best of the best in the country, really.
And that's the thing you got to keep in perspective too, is that, okay, maybe you don't win the show, but you are still in the elite of competitors, the elite among just the general population in terms of your physique, and so all very impressive, and it's huge kudos to these athletes.
Wait a minute.
Oh wait, are we gonna get a pose down?
All of them? Sounds
Yeah,
good to me.
let's
Here we
do
go.
it.
Mr. DJ, if you could cue up some music, I would like to see all 11 of these pros pose.
There we go.
All right, so the pose down is really just fun for the audience and for the athletes. The judges have really scored them. They've made up their mind, but it's great for them to be able to get out there and just do their thing and put on a show for the crowd. And I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the crowd is really enjoying
on
this.
stage tonight is punching his ticket for the Olympia weekend.
Corey and I are backstage right now, basically, but you can hear the fans out there cheering. They're really enjoying the show. Doing a great job up there. It's a great showing for a Texas show. Have so many Plasma Physique pros here.
Yeah, I like when they go head to head like that.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
And it's nothing but respect amongst the competitors. Everyone knows how hard it is to get to this level, to get to this stage. You know what the pose down really is? It's that time that the judges get to get the winner to the announcer.
Yeah. Let's kill some time.
That's right.
Yeah. But the fans really enjoy it, you know?
The fans do enjoy it.
These pros have so many fans and family that come to watch them and support them.
Big round of applause, folks, for all of your pros tonight.
A lot of work going into
Lots
this
of
show.
great sportsmanship, lots of good friends
3-4 months of
at the pro
training,
ranks. We're good, Bill, on the what I got up here? All right, sir.
training, all of it is just, it's a ton of work.
All right, let's get to some awards for all the hard work today. Starting off with your 6th place winner tonight, number 208, Damian Patrick. In 5th place, number 204, Jeremy Dutra.
Dutra, 5th place.
In 4th place, number 7, Kenny Owens.
Owens, nice.
Presenting the award for 3rd place, representing Morales Plastic Surgery, IFBB Pro Corey Morales. She nearby? Oh, she's in the broadcasting booth right now for the live stream, available on 4netmediagroup.com or 4net Media Group on YouTube.
Right.
All the pictures are available at, oh, there she is. You made it fast.
That's my wife.
You will give that medal to number 209, Lamar Shaw.
Shaw, awesome job.
Presenting the award for 2nd place from Trace the Body. Trace the Body will be coming up with that medal that is going around the neck of number 202, Tommy Clark.
Right. Good job, Tommy.
And 1st place tonight, being presented by Frontline Alternative Therapy, Frontline Alternative Hormone Therapy. That will go to the man who will be joining us December 17th in Las Vegas at the Mr. Olympia weekend. And the check being held by John the Tank Sherman, number 211, Darwin Uribe.
He was my vote for 1st place this morning. He just looked phenomenal. Been watching him on social media. He's just continuing to get better and better every time he competes. And I think I haven't really talked to him about it yet. I'd like to talk to him afterwards if I get a chance. But my suspicion with Darwin, he's going to take some time off because that guy been in.
Got that beautiful sword. I promise there will be steak on that within the hour.
So I think he's going to take some time off, and I think he's ended up at
Wouldn't if it was
Olympia.
me.
Now he's got Olympia qualification. He's punched his card.
That's right. Congrats to Darwin. Great showing here today. And to your point, I think it's probably a good time for him to go ahead and try to build a little bit heading into that Olympia this year. I mean, he's got till December, so he's definitely got some time.
All these photos will be available in the next few days at NPC USA Texas.
I would love to have a sword.
Instagram.
Look
And
great.
of course, NPC
got your
News
art last year.
online.
Yes,
guys,
I did get it. That was fun, unexpected.
All right, Darwin, when you get your ninja sword put away there, your samurai sword, we'll get a medal put around your neck and get some pictures with our top 6.
Top 6 there. 2022 Houston Tournament champions, IFBB Pro League Classic Physique. Great showing for this group here.
All right, guys, let's hit a couple poses.
And the check. There we go.
Oh,
Congrats all to the athletes that came up today. Then you come down to Houston, Texas. Hope you guys have a great
beautiful.
time tonight. What do you think?
Outstanding. Congratulations
What
to all
sounds
of our
good to you
pros
eat
tonight
right
for all
now
their hard
after
work.
a long show like that?
Everybody
What would you
bringing
eat?
great conditioning.
What's funny is like so much sounds good. I
you
do
got
love
there, John?
sugar, so I'm always about a little bit of sugar
give you some
after a
sugar.
show. I know. But a burger's always on point with some sweet potato fries. What about
All
you?
right, after our pros say a few
Burger and fries, you know my
congratulatory words
go-to,
to each
burger and
other.
fries.
You got a presentation,
Somehow
sir?
we always end up
All
at
right,
Cheesecake
then.
Factory. I don't know why.
Well,
All right, folks, big round of
partly
applause as I turn
because
things over to
it's
John.
open
the
so
tank
late,
Sherman, our
so
promoter.
that helps too. And
Yeah.
then of course you could get pretty much anything you want on their like 100-page menu.
And we end up making ourselves kind of sick, right?
I think we've gotten better at that. That is a challenge though for athletes. If you guys aren't familiar with bodybuilding, that's definitely a challenge of bodybuilding. You diet down so hard, and you're very restrictive in your diet, and it's easy to go a little bit overboard after a show. So it's always good to try to work with a coach and keep things a little bit in check. Like indulge, because you should. You've worked hard, but then rein it in and don't go too crazy.
Wow.
But it's so easy to do. Because,
Look at you guys,
you
man.
just got
This
off
is
the stage,
amazing.
Especially if you did great. And
Thank
you've
you
been
for
prepping
coming
so
out and
long.
supporting.
And then
I'm a firm
you feel like you
believer
want to
in
eat
Texas,
everything
supporting
inside,
Texas.
right? And you have friends,
And you
and family
guys
want to
have-
celebrate with. So
you guys
those
have
guys who just started
represented again.
bodybuilding, just
Never
take
let
it
me
easy.
down
Trust
yet.
us. Just take
I
it
truly
easy.
appreciate each and
Don't
every
pace
one of you
yourself out.
guys
Yeah.
from the bottom of my heart. Thank you
Here's
again for
John
coming.
on stage just thanking everyone for coming and being here.
I
Wonderful.
don't know if a lot of you knew, but a few years ago I was diagnosed with cancer, and I'm sure if some of you probably have family members that went through that same thing. It's a very scary time, and while you're in the hospital, your mind just doesn't stop thinking. You just constantly thinking, trying to stay positive, but it's really, really hard. And the people that are there that love you the most, you kind of expect them to be there. Like my wife, Virginia. Virginia was there, of course. She had to be there, and I love her for it. Her mom and all her family, my family was there. But one person stood out in particular because they didn't have to be there. And they were there with me every single day. And I was in the hospital for how long? Like
It's very touching, John, talking
a
about his
long,
battle with
long,
cancer
long
here.
time. And this guy didn't have to be there. He could have been with his family. He could have been kicking it with his friends. He could have been doing whatever he wanted to do. But instead, he was there every single day for me. And for that, I consider that a true friend. And it's not many of those around. If you have 5 friends in your life that you can call true friends, you're very, very fortunate. This guy I consider my true friend. Harvey, come up here. Harvey Franks, come up here.
Harvey Franks. We were at the 101 gym whenever John went through his diagnosis and treatment. Remember that, Corey?
I do remember, yeah.
Big man, and then he got sick, and then he lost some size, but
While Harvey's
he
coming
was
up
always
here,
working.
That's right.
guys, I
And
want
he's
y'all to
been a
thank my
soldier
wife
throughout.
because
Exactly.
she's the logistics behind all this. I'm the front guy, of course, but
I
she's
love
the one
to
that makes all
see,
this work. So Virginia,
when you have
stand
a
up.
promoter like this that's really surrounded by good people that are helping him. I mean, the show might be in his name, but it takes a lot of people to get it done, and
Harvey's one of
it's
those
great that
behind
he's
the
able
scenes
to
kinda
really
guys.
appreciate the folks
And I
that have
appreciate
been
that
there
because that's
with
the way I
him.
am too. I mean, it's really hard for me to be out here talking to you guys, but this is important to me. And I want to read this to you because, this means more to me than you have no idea, bro. You have no idea. 2022 NPC Houston Tournament Champions. I'd like to thank my dear brother, Harvey Franks. Thank you for being there for me when I needed you the most. Thank you for being a leader, a mentor, and most of all, thanks for being a true friend. Thank you, Harvey.
Really, really nice
All
recognition.
right, we're going to get back on to the show. We got the NPC part. Thank you again for coming out. October, Muscle Beach, downtown. Hope to
There,
see you all
John's
there.
talking about his other show that he promotes here in the Houston area, the Muscle Beach Classic. That one will be in October.
Thanks,
sure
John.
to be a good show
Congratulations to
there,
Harvey.
too.
And it's typically in
Quick
Galveston.
announcement. All
It
men's
is
and women's
typically in
bodybuilders,
Galveston. I
be
think
sure to
this
be
past year
backstage.
they
You're
brought
gonna
it up
miss
to
your
Houston
class.
at the
Men's
last
and women's
minute,
bodybuilders,
but
make your
maybe
way
it'll be
backstage.
returning to
All right,
Galveston.
let's start our NPC action.
But yeah,
with the
now
Houston
on
Tournament of
to our
Champions.
amateur
Starting
athletes
off
here.
with our women's fitness competitor. Please
We have
welcome
one fitness
Erica
competitor this
Christopher.
evening. She put on a dynamic routine earlier today. And, really dialed it in the physique round as well.
So you know, the women's division, Corey's probably more familiar with. I'm gonna let her run the show here, but you know, fitness actually is something that she almost considered at one point in her career. Right, Corey?
I did because I like the challenge of all of this, and as if like being a bodybuilder wasn't challenging enough, you want to add in a like pretty much a gymnastics routine in the mix when you're like depleted. My hat's off to those ladies. They hustle harder, honestly, I think, than anyone.
So fitness, really, there's a lot of things you're doing. They're doing all these crazy skills. They're also judged on our physique, similar to the women's figure division. And they're doing all this with a body fat like 2-3% typically, especially at the elite level.
At that elite level,
But,
absolutely.
You know, these are incredible athletes.
The guy? All right, so she is finishing up her routine here, and as she does that, I am going to sign off as my co-host with Dr. Morales. I'm going to let our other commentator jump in here, and I hope you guys have fun. Enjoy the show.
Yeah, please go see Corey at the Muscle Egg booth. If everyone's watching the live stream, you know, Corey is sponsored by Muscle Egg.
Erica
She is
Christopher.
representing Muscle Egg Strong.
Erica, go out there center stage.
Here at
You got
the
an
show
award
today.
coming. That is our
And,
fitness winner tonight.
She's showing her face, and
Come on up
please
with
go
her
up and say hi
medal.
to her.
She's our winner.
Um,
Fitness has always impressed me. You got to get in good shape and be able to flip around. Big hand for Erica, our first NPC winner of the night. All right, hit a pose or two for friends, family, new stalkers on Instagram. There you go, right there.
we have a big show this evening, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Congratulations.
To watch. So,
All right, Erica.
Marcus, welcome, brother.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Pretty good.
Good to see you,
Nice
man.
finally meet you.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise.
What
Seen you a ton.
Yeah.
I've watched you quite a bit.
Really?
And I caught you guys as I was driving up, so I was
Did you
watching
really?
the
You're
live
watching?
stream as I'm driving.
You're like, oh my God, he screwed it up.
How are you guys? Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a great show, man. I don't know if you were here for prejudging. When I was here, it was really, really cool to watch. The classic physique division, it's my division, I don't know if you know that, but
Absolutely.
just phenomenal class of athletes came out and competed today. Darwin won the show.
Big win.
Big win. He
Huge
looked
win.
phenomenal.
Yeah, it's so
phenomenal.
crazy. I heard you and Corey talking, just saying how, we'll probably see him much more throughout the year. Well, hey.
There you go.
Punch the ticket.
Well, you got the big ticket, man. I'm telling you, going to Olympia is a major accomplishment in any bodybuilder's career. You're a professional athlete too, right?
I am,
Fitness,
as a
physique.
matter of fact. Yeah.
Right.
So I won my pro card in 2018 at Junior Nationals.
Right.
And competed a few times in 20 and 21. And I think I'm just going to take this year off. Put some more size on. I think I heard you guys talking about that earlier. Hop back on stage next year and see what we can do.
There you go. So, Corey
Harrison
and I,
Davis,
Corey and I are
congratulations.
trying to-
Stay right there, man. We'll get you a
people
medal.
who are watching this live stream, I think there's a lot of family and friends that don't really understand bodybuilding.
That is your open lightweight
So
winner.
that's what I want to kind of put my flavor into it, is that, it's not just bodybuilders are watching this live stream. I think
Hit
a
a
lot of just
double-
people
hit
who
a
don't know
double
anything about
bicep,
bodybuilding.
Harrison.
anymore.
Awesome.
There
It's
we
pretty
go.
cool when you can break down what we do
Right.
and take the
All right,
science
man.
and art
Go get
and
ready
kind
for
of
the
put it in
overall.
lay
Couple push-ups,
terms
some rice cakes,
and make everyone feel like they're
couple
a
gummy
part
bears,
of what
whatever
we're
your coach
doing.
told you to
And
have.
hopefully they can appreciate
All right,
all
men's
the
open
hard
middleweight.
work
We welcome
and the
number 3,
dedication and
Gilbert
discipline that
Tovar.
goes into bodybuilding that their friends and family are basically putting them through, and they don't have to do it. You made a choice to do this, right? Don't feel sorry for them.
Absolutely
Don't
agree.
feel sorry for them.
Absolutely
Don't sneak them any
agree.
Snickers or anything like that. They're doing it to themselves,
Yeah,
right?
you see people going 8, 12, 16 weeks worth
Yeah.
of this, and it is god awful at times.
Yeah.
But the reward, and I'm sure you guys have seen today, this is it. You put yourself through all this suffering and sacrifice to step on stage, get in front of your family and friends, and show off all that hard work.
Right. It's definitely one of those sports that I would say, DeMarcus, you would probably agree with this. This is a 24/7 sport.
Non-stop. Non-stop.
For these athletes who are considered doing their career, and this is what you're going to do every day, all day. It's 24/7, 365 for multiple years.
Gilbert Tovar.
That's your mission, that's your ambition. But a lot of these athletes.
We'll give you someone to go up
wanna
against
take
here
a
when
little
you do
breaks
your
for growing
overall
like you.
competition in just a few
Myself
minutes.
as well. I
Right.
didn't compete last year. I just
Right.
had a
All right,
lot of
double
stuff
bicep
to do
for
in
us
my
there, Gilbert.
actually
There
my
we
first
are.
career, right?
Have we
Beautiful.
talked about that yet?
Congratulations. We'll see you in a minute.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Wait for
We'll
one of
talk
these
about that
brands.
later.
Oh, yeah.
Bring out
Maybe
our
people
first
don't
in
know
that
who I
class,
am,
number
but
4, Joe Ayers.
anyway, my number one thing I feel like is, especially related to bodybuilding, I'm just a big fan, man.
Yeah, same here.
God, I love bodybuilding. It just once you get into it and you get bitten by the bug, that's what they call.
Yeah, it's the discipline, the ability to put yourself on these regimens day in, day out. You just spoke about it earlier. It's 24/7. So you wake up, you work out, you eat, you sleep, and do it all over again, and somehow maintain that family and friendship life.
Right. And I tell you what, it is one of the reasons I still do bodybuilding. I feel like people tell me I inspire them. Right? I'm
That's
sure they
pretty
tell
awesome.
you, right?
Yeah, same here.
Right?
I just want to look good on the beach. Oh,
Well, I got another reason. My wife's freaking hot. 'Cause
there you go. You got to keep up.
I know. I got to keep up with it. I can't look like a chump, man. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that.
Like, I mean, they already look at me like I'm with her, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's that guy." Who's that guy with her?
You know what,
Like,
though? You
boy,
got to take it as a compliment.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
man.
you
like,
can't beat that.
I got to be worthy. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a struggle. You know, it's a struggle. But I tell you what, this sport is just fantastic. The people of bodybuilding just have everything. They have compassion, they have discipline, they have
Great job,
dedication,
Joe.
all these things that are really great. And the
It's
camaraderie.
amazing to
Our
see
next
these
camaraderie.
sport
stories.
heavyweight,
Yeah,
number
for
5,
sure.
Anthony
For sure.
Davis.
And oftentimes, I don't know if we've had this discussion or not, but we so often get to hear stories about people, just what it takes for them to actually get on stage. You know, you never know if you're looking at a person that went through a ton of weight loss, or they're battling some sort of disease, or something that they're just trying to beat the odds to get on stage and do the best that they can do.
Yeah.
So camaraderie is a big part of it, and then just hearing all the stories that people have just to get here.
Inspiring.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Inspiring, man. I'm telling you. I've been very fortunate to meet a lot of athletes that have had hardships of like weight loss or accidents
Right.
or death in the family, and everyone has a reason to do what they do, but I think they use a little bit of inspiration to do what they do.
Yeah,
Don't you think?
completely agree. Completely agree. So where are we in our programming now? Looks like
we're
we
in
are
bodybuilding right now. So all the bodybuilders are doing their routines.
Okay.
And so for those of you watching the live stream, we are doing a bodybuilding routine. So all these athletes have already competed this morning. They've already been judged. Again, we're talking to people who not know how.
Great job,
bodybuilding
Anthony
shows
Davis.
run,
Right.
Day
Next
show
up,
and a night
competitor
show, and now
number
we're in the night
7,
show. And so
Thorne Lewis.
these guys got up and went home and or sat around the hotel typically.
Kick your feet up. Hopefully get in a little bit of food. Probably not too much
Yeah.
water. I think we were
Got some
talking about
music?
that earlier.
Yeah.
Just trying to stay as dry as possible. And then get out here and have fun tonight. This is where we
All right, we'll see if we can
really
get you
get
dialed up.
to thank everyone for staying in our
There we go.
corner and show off all of that tonight.
You know, the night shows when all your friends and family typically show up. And so they're here to watch your routine, especially for like bodybuilding and classic physique and the fitness divisions. You know, you actually get to see these routines that they've been working on for months. And men's physique a little bit different. I know you do your routines. I know, I get it. I know you do routines
Yeah,
too. But,
we
we have like we had there's a little bit more posing involved for classic and bodybuilding, and they get to pick their own music.
Yeah,
A lot of
and that's
fun.
one of the things I admire about Classic. You guys get to really showcase the art of the sport. Bodybuilding a tad bit, but there's nothing like Classic
Yeah.
Physique in terms of showcasing the art. It's amazing. Now for us, we'll try and put some flair here and there,
Yeah, I know.
but not to the extent where you guys do.
I love this song. One of my favorite songs for bodybuilding. Very powerful, dynamic. What do you think about looking at all the crowd, all these athletes? They look pretty
Backstage,
excited,
like
look
if
pretty
you
calm.
guys could peer, just have some windows into what we're
Thorne
seeing
Lewis.
now.
Thorne, was
It's
that your
amazing
song?
back here.
No,
We
that
were
wasn't your
talking
song
about
either,
Pro
but when you look at-
Classic, but I mean, some
when
of
you
these
look at that, you
amateurs
can
are
post happy
there.
birthday. You
You
don't
know,
have to.
it's
You're
one
right.
national show away from earning the pro card.
Right.
Class number 8, Michael Turley.
The show is smooth too, so well run. Everyone is in the pen, ready to go. There's no guesswork back here. This team is doing a great job today.
Kudos to Virginia Sherman. She's kind of the muscle behind the show.
Right.
Even though Tank really has the muscle, John is he's the presence for sure. But when you look at the nut and bolts, you always see Virginia. I mean, you got a lot of time with Virginia, but Virginia's like running around all the time. You never, I asked John something. Oh, go ask Virginia.
I say it all the time. She's the CEO of this, man. She is
Very much
making it run. And
Kudos to her. Dynamic, very a power couple.
Sure, for sure.
So this is the first time you're doing this, right?
This is, yes. I'm a virgin in the waters also, man. But very, very fortunate to have the opportunity, and hopefully looking forward to doing some more live streaming. This is pretty cool too, from one of our NPC shows.
Yeah, I think you'll see those people who are watching. This is a free live stream, and hopefully if you like what we're doing, say good job.
Great job, Michael Turley. Have you come over to the diagonal here, brother?
To bring live stream back and maybe some
bring all of our open light heavyweights out.
But
get them some awards for their hard work.
I just like watching bodybuilding.
Starting with your 4th place winner tonight, number 4, Joe Ayers.
They're having a good time.
Yeah,
this is an element of bodybuilding shows. Of
your 3rd place winner, number 5, Anthony Davis.
And also the Pro League. They're starting to see more and more live stream, right?
Absolutely. I think it's a way of
in 2nd place
people back into the sport.
Number 8, Michael
Obviously,
Turley.
We're going to be in venues that don't quite fit.
And your winner, number 1, number 7, Thorne Lewis.
Live streams just gives us the opportunity to do so, and it's really cool. I was looking earlier. I don't know if you paid attention to the live stream, but we had people in different countries even tuning in to the show here in Houston.
Yeah.
So, it's amazing. I think it's going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it makes the world smaller, which is a good thing. And I think really since the pandemic has kind of forced it, right?
Correct.
So now,
congratulations, guys.
And if they don't want to
all right, Thorne, go back and get pumped up for the overall. It's just in a couple minutes.
They can just kind of
everybody else, your pizzas are here.
Live stream and still kind of somewhat enjoy the experience.
Moving on to the open heavyweight class, we have one competitor, and that is number 9.
You're seeing
we welcome Jared Chuck.
And that was another big thing for me, right? So we get to see back here in person what everyone looks like, and just kind of understanding the difference between the television or the broadcast, and what we're looking at here. And I'll be honest with you guys, it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, stuff. But fully, those people are watching now. Just I don't know if you have comments about the live stream, how it's going right now, but you should expect as the evolution of live streaming in the sport continues, it's just going to get better and better. The quality of the video, just interaction between the commentators. You'll start seeing people being interviewed out in the audience.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I was hoping that one of the classic guys came over and jumped in just to give a cameo real quick. We'll see if we can grab one on their way around.
Yeah. I'm looking. I don't know if you can't see him because the little screen's protected, but Darwin's over there just texting away. He looks so happy, man. That guy's
He's
on
probably happy because he gets to eat now.
Man, he's on cloud 9. He's just so happy. You can see it in his face. So congratulations to him again. The only pro division at the Tournament of Champions this year.
Yeah, huge congrats to him. I get to see him work out up in Dallas. So
really,
I'm in Dallas, and
Jared Chuck.
To see them up.
Stay right there, man. You're our winner.
Okay.
And it's
in the heavyweight division.
The amount of work and effort that these guys put into training for these shows, you would not believe it.
Come on, man. I know.
Hit a double buy for us if you would, sir.
Don't lie.
Yeah, we like to think so.
No, you guys do.
We like to think so.
Y'all's focus a little bit
outstanding.
different.
All right, go set that medal just off stage. We're ready for our overall after our super heavyweight.
I agree. And that's
super heavyweight is a little bigger and has a cape. So let's bring them out.
Bodybuilding. So
number 25, welcome Zachary Blackshire.
Or the actual men in bodybuilding, we're all literally in the gym, pushing ourselves to the limits and trying to make improvements, on a daily basis.
You're sculpting your body. It takes years and years and years, and that's what I always tell people who are interested in getting bodybuilding what to emphasize. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
It takes a long time.
Yeah.
You're not going to turn pro your first year, bro. Most likely not.
I agree. It's
How long did it take you to go pro?
I was one of the fortunate ones.
I love it.
But, for me, I tell people this, though. Once you hop into bodybuilding, just be prepared and make sure that your body is pro caliber prior to trying to compete.
Yeah.
And I think that's what shortens that distance for a lot of us. Some people are just there with their physiques already. And then those of us, once you turn pro, we go right back down to the bottom. And we're at the bottom of the totem pole all over again. And now I'm trying to claw my way up.
Yeah. That's a good insight. Yeah, it didn't take me 1 year to turn pro.
But the journey is what's enjoyable, right?
I tell you, we probably had, my journey was just awesome. So,
There you go.
Everyone has their own unique story, but,
took it out for the
briefly,
overall
those people don't
title
know
in
me.
Houston Tournament of
I'm a
Champions.
plastic surgeon
Open
by trade. This is
bodybuilding
what I do
champion
every
for the
day, all
year.
day.
Double
it's my
bicep for us if you
professional
would,
career.
sir.
Right.
And I got in the sport of bodybuilding with my wife. My wife
That's
is,
nice.
we started competing in 2015 together.
Wow.
We started doing shows together.
So let me ask you, what was the motivation to actually start? Because maybe your story will help inspire someone who might be watching now.
Well, our kids were a little bit older at the time, so like 5 and 8, so they're a little bit older.
All right,
we
big
could
hand for all of their individual class
tolerate
winners tonight.
the work
Turn things
required,
back over to
the
our head
discipline,
judge.
the extra training. The dieting was really the hard part, right? As you
Yeah,
would
that
admit,
by
right?
far.
It's just kind of changing your lifestyle, how you eat, and maybe enjoy yourself on the weekends, whatever. But she wanted to start one first. She goes, "I'm gonna do a bodybuilding show. I'm gonna do a bikini." At that time, she goes, "I saw a friend, and I'm really interested. I want to try one time in my life." I'm like, "Okay." So I didn't do it that first time with her.
But supported, right?
And she lost like 20 pounds, and she looked just incredible.
Wow.
And then she did a common mistake that most amateurs do, which is they didn't reverse diet correctly, and she gained all that weight back and then some.
Yep.
And so we got back with her coach, and we're like, "Let's do it again." She's like, "Well, I think if you do it with me, then maybe I could, hold it together a little better, and maybe we will do better together." And I did it, and sure enough, we ate the same food.
Wow.
We trained about the same time. We trained together. And for us, as a couple, we do better together when we're in prep together.
Love that, man.
So we did that for 5 years, and we both turned, I don't know if you know this, but we both turned professional.
At the same show?
2019 Universe.
Congratulations. Wow.
Same freaking show.
That's
Can you
pretty
believe that?
awesome.
It's called the Fairy Tale. I'm telling you, man, I can't, that day was like, for us, was like the best of the best, because, how often does that happen, right?
Yeah.
But it was tons of fun, and then you get your pro card, and you're in your 40s, and you're like,
Can't beat that though, man. And again, whether you had stepped on stage with or without her afterwards, it's just that journey. You supported her, to begin with. So if you're watching at home, you have someone who's interested, support them. You never know, you might join too in Love Story. A couple years later, that's magical, man. That's very, very cool.
It's something to do together. It was a lot of fun. We brought us together. Our relationship got stronger because of it.
I could only imagine.
But we've met a lot of people along the way that they tell us that we inspire them. And Dr. Morales, if you can do it, I can do it. And it's really comes down to making priorities in your life. What is important to you? Do you want to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, or you want to wake up at maybe 4:30 in the morning and get some exercise in and get it out of the way, and then enjoy your family in the evening? So for us, we became really, really good at time management when we started bodybuilding.
Even with the kids.
With the kids.
Yeah, and I think that's something that most people think that because we have so many options.
Yeah.
Way work is there, our children are there, whatever other priorities you may have. But I mean, you guys overcame that.
Oh. Anyway, that's a little fun story.
It's a good one.
But those people out there watching, you're interested in bodybuilding, just, it's a lot of fun. You're going to be bringing your own food to restaurants with your friends if they're there. Eating out of Ziploc baggies. Did you ever do that?
Oh, man, yeah. Who are you telling? Especially on airplanes,
man.
traveling through the car. I have a great story. The year I turned pro, 2019, as a matter of fact, I missed my flight to Chicago.
Okay.
So my wife now was my girlfriend at the time then. We hopped in the car, packed all our food, Ziploc bags, whatever else I could just kind of throw in a cooler.
Yeah.
Literally drove from Dallas to Chicago just because we missed the flight. Made it there, stressful, worried about everything. It just all felt so weird, out of place. But you know what? It resulted in a win for me. So that's one of my kind of inspiring stories. My girlfriend was there to support me all the way, drove for me a few times because that's a 17-hour drive. You're stopping and using the restroom constantly.
Wow.
But fun times, man. Really, really, really fun times. And it clearly brought us closer together. Now we're married. So
there you go.
I'm with you on that one.
That's what I'm talking about. So, it might look like, I guess some people will make comments on bodybuilding. So, it's a very selfish sport. It's so selfish. They only think about themselves. I would give them partially true, but a lot of times it's a team effort.
Yeah, I think the selfishness is discipline. And oftentimes I think we really do a terrible job of interchanging the two terms. The selfishness is discipline. But there is no way that anyone becomes successful, whether they're at the amateur level or professional level, without some level of support around them. There's no way.
Very much so. Very, very true.
Houston Tournament of Champions.
As an example of that.
And the gentleman
There's no way I could do
winning that this
bodybuilding without my
year
wife.
is-
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Impossible. But these athletes, we're looking backstage again. Everyone looks so excited. They're ready
All right,
to get up
guys,
on stage
congratulations in winning your
show it
class.
off.
We'll get you your overall award. Oh. It's a sword. Nice. Big hand for Jared as he raises the sword in victory. Gets a couple pictures. All right.
All right, you guys, we're going to work on trying to get some footage back up here for us. We want to be able to watch and see what you're seeing as well.
Masters. We've seen all three of these competitors so far tonight, so we'll bring them out to the diagonal and get them some awards.
About to do the award section here for the bodybuilders.
And Michael Turley.
Oh man, they get a sword.
I know, right?
And our
Did you ever get a
Masters
sword?
35
I did.
plus.
Damn.
I did. One.
Number 4.
One. My amateur career was kind of short-lived.
Yeah.
So, one for me. I'm still pretty jealous when I see people, and now we have these trophies that they're the size of your own body now.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty jealous of what these promoters are able to do now for the athletes. This is amazing.
I don't know if you know, but I'm a big supporter of Texas bodybuilding specifically, and bodybuilding in general. So I've been supporting the Texas bodybuilding for years now, since I started competing at the NPC, and then I'm now in the Arnold and the Olympia. And Classic for Z
All right, guys,
is my division. So last year I made some commitments for sponsorship.
and
And
Really?
so, I sponsored the first place
Dating profiles,
award to the Olympia last year.
Wow.
The year before that as well.
How was that?
Have you seen C-Bomb?
Yeah.
Perfect. We move on to women's bodybuilding. We
Right.
start
It's
One
you're
day, maybe you'll
giving
get up
a
to the Olympia stage one day, but man, I tell you what, that Olympia stage is
Please
another
welcome number 10,
level of
Crystal
just
Hung-Sang
wow.
Chan.
I mean,
Yeah.
those guys who are competing on the Olympia stage just to compete. I mean, you're the best of the best and the best, and just to be on that stage is very humbling. It was for my wife and I. We got to present the first place award to Bumstead.
That's pretty awesome. That is
Pretty
awesome.
cool feeling, but trying to inspire a little bit more financial compensation.
Yeah.
For the athletes of bodybuilding, because I'm a very, very strong, adamant supporter of the athletes in the pro league, and I think she could be paid more.
Well, I think your sponsorship, and probably along with a few others, just last year with the Olympia and everything that they were able to do with increasing prize money, we saw how much the increase was for Classic and the Arnold this year also.
You know why?
I'm assuming the guy to my left.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Well, maybe it's not true, but the Arnold 2020, I gave the guest poster award.
Yes.
And I gave that out, and I sponsored that myself.
Wow.
So I gave $10,000 to Mr. Logan, the Oak of Franklin.
Wow.
And he did a phenomenal performance, and I think that inspired them to kind of maybe put up the money a little bit higher for the athletes. And I was just so happy to see at the recent Arnold.
Yeah.
They increased the prize money. You see how much they increased it to?
I know who you're telling.
They deserve it. These guys work really, really hard, and it only helps the promoters. It only helps the industry. It's these are professional athletes. They should get paid for their.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I think that the more athletes that participate, and it's going to go hand in hand, the bigger the crowds will be, the more well viewed our live streams will be. So just seeing the athletes rewarded in that manner, yeah, it's good. So as an athlete, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way yourself, it's appreciated. It makes you want to be a bigger and better part of those shows.
Makes them push harder. You'll get better athletes at your shows. It just keeps going. So I'm a big supporter of getting as much we can for these athletes. And so this year I'm bringing a pro wellness division.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Wow, to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Hawaii and Bikini. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, why not?
Congratulations.
Right? I mean, it's Hawaii.
Congratulations, man. Yeah, I think I heard your wife speaking earlier about the Puerto Rico pro.
Yeah.
It's like, anytime you can get me to an island, I'll compete. and I promise you, as an athlete, that we love that.
Yeah.
It allows us to just kind of enjoy it, involve our family members, and just turn it into an experience, not just a competition.
Sure. Really excited. It just I have a lot of I'm a little being accused of being ambitious. So I have a lot of ideas I have in my head, and I'd like to continue to support the sport of bodybuilding, which has given my wife and I so much. And so I still plan on competing, and supporting my wife this year. She's been doing 4 shows, it sounds like.
Wow. Okay.
Team Morales, running around the country this year.
I heard that, man.
I don't mind being an oil boy, you know what I'm saying?
You know what? The ambition is contagious,
All right.
and especially in this sport, I believe it. And I'm the same way. Dude, as many of these shows as I can get to, not only to just kind of see the competition and our athletes, but to support the promoters. And again, with you being a promoter, I'm sure you appreciate that too. The more you can get to these shows, the more you can view, it creates a bigger picture of this bodybuilding family, as we call it.
So, I'm hoping one day to see bodybuilding like on network TV.
I'd love it.
Wouldn't that be awesome to be able to watch the Olympia
absolutely
on channel,
love it.
Channel 12 or something like that? What do you think of these division, Marcus?
I love it. I think that, again, artistic with our ladies, they get to show off everything that they have. I really love her outfit in this one, too. This is pretty cool.
It's got a Wonder Woman kind of thing
Yeah,
to
it does.
Open women's bodybuilding champ today.
And it's good to see women's bodybuilding coming back. I think we saw a hint of it last year. And
all right, we'll fix the hair.
Earlier shows this week, I think we're doing even better and better.
You are good to go on your win tonight.
At it for a bit.
All right, congratulations, Cody Marie. All right, men's classic physique. We start with our teen division. For the first time tonight on stage.
So Marcus, when you competed, did you
Lucas
have teen divisions at your show you competed at?
I did.
Okay.
So I wasn't fortunate enough to learn about bodybuilding until much later in life. As a matter of fact, I didn't start competing until I was 33 years old.
Okay.
But these teens now are outrageous. Dude, I think about it and it's like, did I look like that when I was in high school?
No.
God, no.
No. Man, you ever think about like, man, if I got in the body when I was a teenager, what I would look like right now? I'd look like a freak.
And it's we talked about making it to the Olympia stage. Wholeheartedly believe I'd been there by now. The networking, just the learning discipline at that age, alone is just huge for us.
I mean, I look at the teens, man, and I see there, I'm like, man, I never look like that. But, again, to do bodybuilding it just requires so much discipline.
Yeah.
Man, your kids.
Do you imagine the level of confidence
I know,
it takes
right?
to get out here with
That
some
in
trunks
itself.
on?
That in itself alone. Like, what teenager had that kind of confidence? I'm going to get out there on a little skimpy like that.
Right?
Who does that? Right? So, I'm a big fan. I was in powerlifting when I was in high school. Yeah. So, it was not, we didn't show up our muscle or anything like that. We just went up there and.
Well, at least you had some size then if you were in powerlifting. So for me, I was in track and field. So talk about a person who was skinny, skinny as a toothpick. So there's no way, not at all.
I had no size, I'll tell you that. I was kept in the low weight class division. I was strong. I was really strong for my weight. And so I was in the lower class division, but I did really well. But it wasn't about bodybuilding is bodybuilding. It's not, powerlifting is, I cannot tell you like how night and day different they are, don't you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's interesting to see some of the crossover, though, between bodybuilding and powerlifting. I don't know. We have one of our IFBB pros here in Texas, Joe Mackey, who he's been doing like 800, 900-pound deadlifts and just all these other crazy feats. And it's really cool to see the two sports somewhat married.
Sure.
And just understanding that you have the ability to go from one or the other.
Come on over here, right to the diagonal.
I would say the most famous person who's doing the same is Ronnie Coleman.
Absolutely.
The GOAT.
Agree.
I mean, that guy was a freak. Go watch his YouTube videos, and you need to remind yourself of how great he was. But that guy was stronger than ox and just body like no other.
And it's amazing, like that was just God-given talent, right? It looks like we're giving out some awards now.
Oh, and here come the medals. Lucas, your second place winner, and your first place winner, number 13, Harrison Davis.
And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these are teenagers.
So hard on them. If you're like, what are they doing up there? Like these are very, very. I'm very proud of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, to be teenagers and have that confidence to get up on stage in those small little posing trunks.
Absolutely.
And they've been working hard. I guarantee they've been working hard. And in school.
And in school.
Right?
Yeah.
Classic Physique True
Good
Novice
job.
A. Again, when you're clapping for these guys, they have never done a show before, so big round of applause for each.
True Novice. So DeMarcus, explain what True Novice means.
So True Novice is for our competitors who have never competed in a bodybuilding show before. This is going to be their very first competition, so first time preparing for this, first time hopping on stage, first time going through the routines, everything else. So these are people who literally have no experience whatsoever getting up here for the first time doing it.
You ever compete in True Novice?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to win the whole damn thing. Just watch this.
I came right before we really introduced the True Novice division, so I missed it. And it's one of those things where you'll never get a chance to do it again.
Right.
So anyone who has the opportunity, I highly suggest you jump into that class along with everything else. You might as well, and just enjoy that moment because you'll never get it back.
That's what's exciting about bodybuilding. When you first get into it, so those people who are watching this are like, oh, I think I could do that, right? I'm going to try it out one time.
Great job, Jonathan Austria.
So let's go through some, maybe some words of advice, some pearls of what is it going to take to be a bodybuilder to start competing? What should I consider to do? What do I need? Like, how much does it cost, right? So this is a great kind of topic because I can really talk about this all day. But,
let's dive into it.
It's a lot of fun. It's a commitment, obviously, at both financial and time and personal and work commitments. You got to make adjustments in your lifestyle.
Absolutely. But, for me, I knew I wanted to do a show, and bodybuilding for me actually was just a bucket list thing.
Yeah.
One and done was what I initially set out to do. So I found
one and done.
One and done. That was it.
Okay.
And knowing that it was going to be a one and done thing, I took the time to find a coach, did some research on who I thought would best fit sort of my personality.
So let's talk about that. Finding a coach. Do you need a coach?
You don't. There are tons of us who understand dieting, who understand nutrition and working out and just sort of sculpting. But for me, I was extremely busy with my professional career, children of my own, and I am a great follower. So you give me some instructions, I can do it. So that's when I knew and understood that a coach was for me. But I have tons of friends who actually are IFBB pros and have done it on their own. So
Incredible. I'm more like you. Like, you tell me what to do, and I'm gonna freaking do it.
Yeah.
I'm a soldier. You just tell me what to do, and I don't want to think about it because for me personally, once I start thinking about it, I start overanalyzing things.
Right.
And by nature, I'm a perfectionist. And unfortunately, I know a lot about medicine. I'm a medical doctor, and so I start thinking about the physiology of the diet and the metabolism. I start understanding. I'm like, and I had to get out of my head. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm going to go find a coach. Let's talk about finding a coach. What did you look for in a coach?
I wanted a coach who sort of fit my lifestyle. I'm busy constantly, so I didn't want a coach who needed a ton of me. And when I say a ton of me, there's so many things that go into coaching: check-ins, updates on how you feel, what your responses are to certain foods and things like this throughout the day. That was a tad bit much for me. So I looked for someone who didn't necessarily require a ton, but who communicated well, who explained well, and then I could just follow. So you put it down on paper, I won't deviate. And that's what I looked for. And then someone with some personality.
What about, did you look, I'm sure you looked at experience, maybe a track record, right?
Tons. So you at bodybuilding, you're following these streams, looking into Instagram mostly, right?
Yeah, it's Instagram and everything.
Results speak for themselves. So for those of you who have had a personal trainer and we're showing, transformations from one size to a different, whether that's losing weight or gaining weight, results speak for themselves. And so I did the same thing with the coach, just looking for who he or she was able to turn pro, how many athletes they sort of kept and took on, all of the above.
Did you look at did you talk to any of their former clients or anything like that? Did you talk to anybody, like kind of pre-interview, kind of pre-screen them?
Good question. I did, as a matter of fact. So 2 of the athletes that my coach actually was coaching lived in Dallas.
Okay.
So I saw where one of them worked out, had a casual conversation. That's the great thing about bodybuilding. None of us are really so above the other where we can't have these personal conversations or communication. And so I literally just ask questions and what's this like? What's that like?
Yeah.
What was your experience? Or what's your next steps and things of that nature. So
Okay.
that's really what worked for me. What about yourself?
Well, I have another question for you.
Yeah, ask away.
Christopher Carlin, stay right there,
So
buddy. You are our
when
winner,
you,
True Novice
let's say you
Elite.
pick a coach, right? Now the trend is, you find them on Instagram, right? So do you do an online coaching? Like online coaching is very predominant now, especially more so maybe when you chose a coach, and also for me.
Absolutely.
I picked my coach because I could see them every day. Like, if I wanted to be able to like physically see them, right, and talk to them, have a relationship with them.
That'll do.
I felt like it was for me very important
Congratulations.
that we had that kind of communication, right? So when I did not just send in pictures, he actually physically saw me,
That's awesome.
right? So
And this is your
now the trend
first
now is
time,
kind of
welcome
everything's
19,
checking with
Michael
pictures.
Camacho.
You got to send in your pictures, and everything's online. So you have coaches like all over the country now, really coaching hundreds of athletes. I am not kidding, people. And then you're going to consider bodybuilding. You're having coaches coaching hundreds of athletes. You just think about the numbers. Like, how much time can you physically spend with one person when you
Yeah.
had 400 or 500 athletes?
Yeah.
Right, to monitor their diet. It's a 24/7 sport that things are changing almost on an hourly basis.
Completely agree with you.
Especially when you get close to show, right?
So last
You want
week,
your, you
oh
want
my
your
gosh.
coach with you on that last week, especially show day. You want them kind of be more, especially when you're new. Once the season guys, they don't really need anybody anymore. But I think it's important.
That was important for me. Now, I wasn't fortunate to have my coach there for me, sort of hands-on. But what I will say is that I noticed that my coach would visit Dallas, and he is not in the state at all.
Okay.
So knowing that was big. Whenever we had the chance to kind of schedule these meetups or things of that nature, I was there. We were in the gym, making sure that we worked out correctly. And yeah, it wasn't every day, but even a couple of touches throughout the preparation period for us, or what we just sort of deem as prep, was huge. And that peak week for us, and that's one of the weeks that you are more than likely going through the worst of it. Your diet is up and down. You're dealing with carbs and some of that may be cycling where you're at 0 or tons.
Right.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. And just having him there for us was huge.
Luciano Golden.
All right, so let's get into you, Dr. Morales. How did you pick your coach? Who are you coached by, and what are you doing now?
My current coach is Mr. Chris Superman Darby.
Oh, yeah.
And I trained with him at one of the gyms here in Houston. And so he got me started in my infancy of my bodybuilding career, let's say. And I've been with him really ever since. He's going to be my coach for as long as I'm competing.
Love it.
Great person, really, really dedicated to his athletes, communicates well, we get along really well. I just told him, Chris, just tell me what to do, bro. I will freaking do it. You will not hear a complaint from me. I'm going to do it. And if you ever interview with him, he'll probably tell you the same thing. Just tell me what to do. Because I get in my head, man. I get in my head and I start overanalyzing because that's just my nature. But for me, for my professional career, I didn't have the time to do that. I had to think about my patients, right? I had to think about my job. That's for me is priority one. Priority two is my family. And then this is just a hobby. It was really just a hobby that I really enjoyed, but it is one of my passions. I enjoy doing it.
Luciano Golden.
And that's why people ask me, why do you do bodybuilding?
Of novice.
You love it. Yeah.
I love it. I love the discipline. I love how it gives you a purpose to work
All
out.
right, hang on, hit a pose or two for us for the.
And that's the cool thing about bodybuilding. It's not just get on stage. It's the journey, just sort of what we talked about earlier before. And health is wealth. And I think that us doing this, obviously, we're trying to live as long as we can, but showcase that along the way.
Thank you.
Sure.
One has already
I'm a big
closed earlier.
fan
We'll
of
see you in
health
that.
and
for the
fitness,
first
and
time,
those
number
people who know me
21,
know I
Richard
live my lifestyle
Armstrong.
of basic body meals. I eat the same food pretty much every day. During prep, it's the same thing every day for days on end.
Yeah. So let's get into this, though, right? So we're sort of talking about bodybuilding, and again, many of you are not even in the sport yet, but how do you manage the bodybuilding lifestyle with as demanding of a career that you have?
Well, I think my career is no different than anybody else who has a career. It really isn't. We just have different occupations.
Understood.
I think I put the same number of hours a day. I work like 60 hours a week. Maybe that's a lot to some people. I don't think it's a lot.
Pretty typical for us now.
Yeah, I think most people. It's amazing what you could do in an hour with just focus. And if you just stay off your phone, off of Instagram and social media, like how much more things you can accomplish just by just waking up earlier.
Yeah.
I get more stuff done in an hour and a half before most people even wake up.
All right.
Than most people do all day.
Now, have you always been that way, or did
No.
bodybuilding help kind of change that for you?
Bodybuilding helped me manage my time better.
Wow.
As a human being,
Wow.
like what I do, I'm more ambitious now because now I know what I can do. I mean, I feel like I've proved myself. Like when I turned pro, I was 41. I mean,
wow,
I'm old, man. Oh man, I'm old.
And you're still out here doing it though.
And I'm still out here doing
Yeah.
it. But you know, and I think it keeps me young. It keeps Corey young. We do this together. We love doing it. We've been together for a long time. But for us, it makes sense, and it may not be for everybody. But those people who are considering bodybuilding as maybe let's do a one and done kind of thing, as my man here just said. Give it a shot. Just be safe about it. Again, go on to coaching. Find a coach that done some research on, and maybe hopefully experience and have good communication. Communication is key. And don't try to don't complicate things by watching YouTube videos or watching Instagram and they said I should eat this and blah blah blah, and then you listen to like 30 different people.
Right.
You should really just listen to your coach. And I know my coaches are out there saying, "That's right, Dr. Miles, that's what I'm talking about. You say that because it's true." Freaking true.
Yeah,
listen to your coach. Don't deviate, because you're sabotaging everything that you're doing, and you're sabotaging what they're trying to do for you by listening to so many different people, right?
I agree. Right? And if you're going to put your faith and your money into a coach,
right,
then you're doing yourself and that coach a disservice by not following, whatever prescription, so to speak, that they may be giving to you. So I
sabotage.
agree. Yeah.
Just sabotage from day one. Once you let it start, it's all over. It's just a slippery slope. So I've seen it. Seen it happen many, many times. So don't make that mistake, folks. Just do some research. Go maybe find friends or family members, maybe in the bodybuilding sport, and do your research and find someone that you interview 2 or 3 of them. I think.
I would agree.
And find something that works, like you for you. You felt like you had a good relationship. They communicated well, right? They reputable. They knew what they're doing.
And like you said, you have to find someone that fits you. You don't necessarily have to go for the big names. You don't have to go for the person that's the most famous on Instagram or has the most amount of clients or anything of that nature. It's just know who you are as a person and find someone to fit that for you.
Anybody can do it, folks. That's my personal opinion. I've been seeing mothers of 5, single moms doing it. I've worked on women who are bodybuilders who've had these incredible stories, and I've been fortunate enough to be part of their transformation. But for me, again, it comes down to the inspiring stories of every athlete. Every athlete has a great story.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I wish you guys would come to a show. That way you just have an opportunity to tap someone on the shoulder. Hey, what'd you do? How'd you start? Why are you here? What are you doing this for? And you would just be surprised at some of the things you hear. A couple of weeks ago, we were out in Bryan, College Station, at the Phil Heath.
At the Phil Heath, yeah.
And we met this young lady who had lost her leg to an unfortunate domestic violence accident from her ex-husband at this point. But for her to battle through that, get back on stage, and still be able to showcase everything that she used to work hard for, it's inspiring. It's inspiring. And we see these things all the time where you have the ability to do it. Yeah, this sport is everything, man. And like you, I'm a fan. I find myself, I'm over here just relishing in the moment right now.
Very thankful to have a couple of athletes I've worked with here competing today, and it's
awesome.
So cool. It is, man. I just get tickled by seeing my athletes up there, just showing it off. Confidence. It's all about, for what I do, it's all about confidence. It's giving you a little bit more confidence in how you present yourself to the world. You just walk a little taller, a little stronger.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
For men and women, so it's for me, plastic surgery and bodybuilding has really gone hand in hand. And again, I'm really committed to the sport and helping the athletes along this sport.
Well, let's talk about some of your goals. I know we said you were taking off for a bit. What's the plan for you?
Welcome back.
Well, last year I had a lot of things going on. I had the Arnold, I had the 20, I had the Olympia. So I was, sponsoring those 2 big shows. Brought the guest poser award for the first time ever to the Arnold's, and that was a lot of fun. Great show that year. It was my first time to ever be a co-promoter of a show. So my man, Sean Ray.
Yeah.
My man, Sean Ray. He gave me the opportunity to co-promote the show with them. And I said, Sean, if you're going to let me do it, man, I want to bring Classic Physique. So that's what we did. So I brought the first ever Classic Physique Pro Division to the Hawaii Classic. And man, we had a great time. Unfortunately, COVID was running the country at that time, and a lot of restrictions. We ended up doing it at an outside venue.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine, man?
So I've never done it, but just watching it. So again, live stream kind of puts you everywhere.
Yeah.
Some of the shows in California, I was able to see your show last year also, man. That's super cool. Super cool.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was hot.
Could you imagine trying
Hawaii's paradise, but bro, it was hot, man. Those guys just did an incredible job.
Maintain your tan in the sun and the heat.
They were sweating. The guys not from Hawaii were sweating their butts off. But the guys, the Hawaiians, man, the locals, man, they look like it was nothing to them because they're just used to the humidity, used to the heat.
Wow.
We had a great venue. It's called The Shell, and it's a very, very famous outdoor venue there in Oahu. And we had a great time. This year we're going to bring it indoors again. Now that we don't have any COVID restrictions, because we had like this, that certain seats for a number of people, and so we're able to bring it inside again. Now that COVID restrictions have lifted in Hawaii, so we're looking forward to that. I'm bringing pro bikini and pro wellness to this year. I'm working with Freddie Anuau and Sheila this year.
All right.
At Texas Pro. I'm bringing the pro wellness for the first time.
Are you really?
Doing the pro.
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
Sponsoring that.
I can't wait.
So Urishna is going to be the featured, wellness athlete in that division.
By far one of my favorite divisions.
I tell you, when we get to the NPC division of wellness, we'll have a lot to talk about. Because right now, tell me how hot wellness is right now.
I feel like it's catching up to bikini. And as popular as bikini is within the sport, I think wellness is growing.
Yeah.
It's the division that I feel a ton of women fit. Especially here, and we're trying now to catch up to where Brazil has been for the last several years, and just giving the women of the USA an opportunity to catch up has been great. These shows are amazing, and when we talk about competition, it is stacked from top to bottom. Stacked.
Man, it is a super hot division, and we'll get to that probably here. Looks like it's going to be like maybe an hour the way things are running. They're running a great show again. Show promoted by John the Tank Sherman.
Big
Virginia,
John.
doing an incredible job as always. They've been promoting bodybuilding shows for how long? Do you know?
I want to say John told me 20 years, and I could be off on the number. So we'll get him down here at some point just so we can get that cleared up.
Yeah. I remember that number. He told me something 20. It was over 20.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot. So he's been obviously a big part of Texas bodybuilding. He's a judge, you know that,
He is,
right?
yeah. He's one of the head judges here in Texas. I sit on that judging panel too. It's the judging panel here in Texas is pretty fun.
Yeah,
it's fun.
I got something cool for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So another thing I'm doing this year, pretty fun, is I'm starting an Olympia series with my production company. I don't know if you know, it's called Fit Dog Productions. So we originally started to do kind of features on athletes of bodybuilding, like really kind of bring out their stories, really cool stories. So we did it with like Blessing. We did it like we're working on with some of the athletes now still. We're going to be showing them this year. But this year we're going to be doing an Olympia kind of series, talking about people you maybe not know of, like judges. We're going to be interviewing judges.
That's pretty cool,
right?
The unsung heroes of bodybuilding.
Unsung heroes and warriors, the big names of the whole process, right?
Right.
The Manians.
I agree.
How well do you know Tyler?
Yeah, not that well. It's like this mystique, right? You know, he's this figure, but you don't really know Tyler or his life.
No one knows him. You will now.
That's pretty awesome.
We're going to humanize these guys. These guys are just, you think we love bodybuilding? I thought I love bodybuilding. These guys love bodybuilding. This is all they do literally all the time.
Wow.
And so I want to bring that to the world and show what the great people are of the sport. And they're really determining the fates of really athletes, right?
That's pretty awesome.
That's cool, huh?
That is very awesome.
You're going to get to know some incredible human beings here.
You're humanizing the sport even more.
Sport. And I think that the world needs to see it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Luckily, they let me do it, and we're going to be producing that series here. It's coming here pretty soon.
I can't
we're
wait.
Start doing our first interviews here in a couple months.
What platforms are you putting it on?
Olympia, bro.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Amen to
We're
that.
going to be on the Olympia, so you'll see that with Fit Dot Productions. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Really, the idea is to bring bodybuilding to the world.
Okay.
And people get to know the people who make the decisions and understand them a little bit better. And I think it's going to help the athletes. I think it's going to help the judges. It's going to hopefully be a full circle thing.
I love it. I love it.
Good time.
All right, congratulations, guys.
Oh, I love that pose.
Yeah, this is a pretty good
That was a
classic
great pose on
physique
him.
class here. That was the open class B. Now we're moving into open class C.
We're going to bring out number 28 as well, Mark Rivera.
So let's talk about the classes. Like, what is a class, DeMarcus?
Yeah, sure. So classic physique, and you take the division and you separate it down into classes. So classes are separated by height, and I think you and your wife spoke about it earlier. Classic physique is separated weight according to your height.
Right.
And I don't know how many open classes we have. We'll get some paperwork here in a second. But now what you guys are looking at, open class C. And so this is the great part about the night show, right? They get to do their actual routines, show off for the family and friends.
Take great pictures.
Tons.
All that hard work for a few minutes of glory.
Yeah.
Worth it though, right?
Absolutely
It's
worth
freaking
it.
worth it.
Absolutely
Yeah.
worth it.
So there's different like divisions. Like I think when I was competing at the Universe, I think it was like class F. Something like this guy was like 6'8". He was
Wow.
freaking tall. But the letter is goes in coordination with basically your height. There's classes within each division. So bikini, there's a bikini A, bikini B. So the bikini A, there's little shorties, you know.
Right.
The Fs are the 6 foot girls.
Right. The people that are towering over us as they're walking across the stage.
But
Yeah.
the whole point of it, Marcus, right, is to compete against people who are basically your same size. That's the whole point.
Yeah. And for us, it sort of levels the playing field.
Yeah.
You're getting to compete with people with the same level of muscularity, hopefully. And you're not like an amateur competing against one of the professional people.
What class did you compete in?
So I am men's physique. I started in class B. Somehow, some way I must have grew in between shows. Pushed me into class C. So my first national show, junior national, was there in Chicago. Competed in open class C. What about yourself?
I was in class C, actually. I was in C.
Really?
when I turned
Okay.
Pro. Yeah. I guess it all depends, like how many people show up. It seems like, where they cut off the height weight.
True. Very, very, very true.
At the NPC level, it seems a little bit different. But once you get to the national level, there's so many athletes there. Typically, they don't want a whole lot of people in one class versus the other.
And try and separate it.
They'll kind of separate it out again.
Speaking of national shows, that's the great thing about Texas. You see so many of our competitors that compete at these local shows that are not only going to national shows, but winning national shows.
I'm a little biased, Marcus, but I think Texas is the greatest country.
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
telling
world.
you. Well,
And
I'm right there
we
with you.
represent very, very, very strong at national levels. Just like football. You're getting a lot of football athletes come out of Texas. It's a big state.
Completely agree.
So bodybuilding is very, very much part of Texas.
It is the level of conditioning, the level of muscularity, presentation, from a ton of these athletes is just unmatched.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting elite athletes of the world moving to the United States, and guess where they end up in Texas?
Here,
It's
yeah.
gonna be Texas or Florida typically. And
It's one of the hotbeds.
it is. Versus a lot of great people. You'll find everything you need here in Texas.
Pretty great routine here. I like this one.
Yeah, he moves really, really well for an amateur. Been practicing a lot. You can see it. You got that confidence. I like that.
Clearly getting the crowd
Well
involved.
done, sir. Well
Good
done.
job.
Well done. So Mark is going back into description of these classes.
Yeah, let's
so,
do it.
the class physique, this is the division we're looking at right now. It's just Class C, like they only weigh like 160 pounds, right? Similar to Classic.
We do.
For men's physique, there's not. So tell me why.
So I wish men's physique is a more aesthetic class, if you will, right?
Okay.
So it's waist to head and that ratio. So separating us by height just sort of provides what you were talking about earlier, just making sure that
I did.
And you transitioned.
I transitioned when they introduced Classic Physique. I'm like, that's the division I want to do.
More so for you.
I just felt like it was for me. You know, I like the music routine.
It
It's just
absolutely
a beautiful thing.
is.
So I just like that part. And once they introduce symmetrical proportions, but you know, I'm old. I'm like Frank Zane, right?
Yeah.
A little bit taller. I like
Taller,
his ratios.
very aesthetic.
Very aesthetic. You know, Cedric McMillan. Oh
Yeah.
my God, man, what a loss.
Yeah, that was huge for us, man. And I think that he was one of the bigger personalities.
Yes.
Gentle Giant is something that's for him. And he was that, man. He was that and everything more. I don't know if you ever had the opportunity to personally meet him. I did a couple of times.
Really?
And everything that you hear about Cedric or that you heard about Cedric, that was him. He embodied that, man. Just would stay to the end of the show to speak to everyone. And everything that you hear, dedicated his life to serving our country.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, the guy's a warrior.
Now,
This guy's looking good, man. These guys are looking real good.
this is our classic physique.
You get the overall champion. That's when you kind of win the show, kind of. That's kind of what it's called.
Absolutely.
And so likely this overall winner is going to get the coveted sword. Looks like they're going to get a sword. So that's really when you're competing at an amateur level, you want to be the overall champion because you are the best of the best.
There you go.
At every class. So.
There you go. And you get to judge this live. And so what's so important about this overall is that from prejudging to the night show, you can't.
Right.
You know, there's no, I go get to eat a hamburger right now. Or I can, no, you really have to maintain everything that you've worked for throughout the show.
Yep.
Congratulations. Looks like our Class B winner.
That's great. Fantastic physique.
Amazing.
I think you should, put a little more time into it. Let's get to the nationals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's ready. Great shape. Fantastic shape. Great conditioning.
That is our open class. We move on now to our masters, starting with 40 plus. We have seen both of these gentlemen tonight. Michael Camacho.
So our Masters 40 and up is coming on stage now. What do you think about Masters 40 and up?
What are you saying? I'm a Masters. What are you saying? No, I think the Masters divisions. If I ever have a hand in it or make decisions, I'll start bringing more Masters to bodybuilding. So I think the Masters of bodybuilding are young, and they're doing it because they enjoy it. They really like it.
You know, the great thing that I like about the Masters class is that this is sort of what lets us.
Anyone can
start whenever.
Very much so. Yeah, it doesn't matter how old you are. People are thinking, I'm 50. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can. I'm looking at women right now who are probably in their 50s, and they're phenomenal. With some dedication and focus and commitment. And women think it's a free routine to do, so that's what she's doing right now. It's a kind of routine. You can kind of pose how you want. There's some mandatories involved, but you can kind of be stylish, more artistic with your posing.
Physique, I think, is a little bit less conditioning, but they're still getting physiques.
That was Novice B. This is Open Class B. We're with the touch.
Those of you guys joining the live stream here for the tournament champions. Introduction again. My name is Dr. Morales, and we have DeMarcus here. We're both IFB pros, and we're having the time of our lives up here.
This is fun. Again, I missed our pro division earlier, but for those of you who have tuned in and been hanging with us, this is an amazing show.
So we're just here kind of a commentator here. But I want to tell you a little bit about the divisions, maybe a little bit inside of being an athlete as a competitive athlete and the NPC and the IFBP. So.
Yeah.
I'm loving this routine.
This
Super
is
sassy.
good. I love
their personalities coming out. She's having a great time. And again, this is the physique division for women. So
This is one of those routines, just shaking your head as hard as.
In first place, number 32, Portia Stevens.
Try and
there's that
grab.
sword.
You know what? They keep getting to us with that sword. We'll pull it out here and let you guys see it in a second.
Award, right? Because I'm sure you have the same thing, but in our house, you know, Corey and I have competed in NPC for 4 or 5 years, and then we have all these trophies.
Guys, how well you can show off your muscularity, how well you can show off your chest, but it goes beyond that. You know, so we're talking about suits. Where, you know, for the ladies here, these suits are amazing. You know, they're probably blinging from the stage all the way to the back of the room.
Right.
And then it goes into hair and makeup and nails, and it just the process of getting ready to present is.
You know, especially the nails and, you know, the suit, how the suit fits you is
Absolutely.
really important.
Yeah.
You know, it's called tanning, so these athletes are really, really dark outside the bright lights. So most people are like, see us like running around in public,
Right.
and they see how dark we are. They're like, what is wrong with these people, right?
Yeah, the tan just has.
But on stage, that's why we do it, right? On stage, these lights are so bright out.
Yeah.
And so
you look a lot yourself.
very much so. So the idea is you want a dark. And I
So
tell you,
let me ask you
I'll tell you
this.
what.
Have
I'll tell you
you-
what. The best feeling in the world is nonsense off.
It just runs,
It's
right?
just- it is gross, people. I'm telling you right now. It is a look sport, but it's like actually kind of gross.
Yeah, imagine taking a shower with dishwashing liquid.
I love that. But anyway, and at the elite level, it becomes even more detail oriented.
It does.
They're picking at you for like the minutia, right? That's where they're taking point of detail. It's like, right, or you know, your nails aren't done right, or your hair looks off, or I don't know. It's these little things separate the elite from the elite from the elite. And at the Olympia level, at the ultimate platform in bodybuilding, I mean, the details are insane what the judges have to judge.
Well, so close, you know. So when we're talking about muscularity, conditioning, and just where you are in terms of your development, everyone is so close that you have tools. And to your point, yeah, the difference between the way your hair looks and how shiny, all of those things matter. And as you progress in your bodybuilding career, they matter more and more.
Very much so. You can't hide anything up there.
Not at all.
I'm a plastic surgeon. I focus in cosmetic surgery, and you know, there's people that have like little concerns, right? Things for the bodybuilding because you know it's kind of almost part of the industry a little bit.
It definitely is. You know, again, we're here.
Great job,
All right, you guys, we're going to take a break, rotate just a second.
Yeah, here, DeMarcus, I'm gonna let my wife hear. She's a lot better than me. I'm gonna tell you that right now. She's a whole lot better than me, and she's a figure pro. Again, we turned professional together, so y'all can talk a little bit about it. And this is her division.
Oh, love it.
So she's gonna have a good time. So, all right, I'm gonna take a second.
All right.
Thank you. Gutierrez.
All right, you guys, we're going to get Corey back in here.
The figure, my favorite.
So explain to us a little bit about figure. What doesn't matter? Why figure over another division?
Right. So with figure, I think there's nice developed shoulders. They're capped, unlike in bikini typically where they don't want the capped shoulder. Then the wellness, hamstrings and quads and glutes, but still nice development lower body wise. And yeah, it's a category that I think a lot of women, leaner physique than of course you have in the bikini classes.
Very awesome. Again, this is our true novice. Did you have the opportunity to compete in true novice or?
The true novice, right, didn't exist. They had the novice that's competed and never played.
Awesome.
But you're right, it's definitely a lot of figuring out how the show is. Just getting to learn your body. I mean,
it is where you can get your feet wet. You can practice there, so to speak, in this division, novice division, and then our open divisions.
Absolutely. There's a good opportunity and a good place for any competitor. You know.
So let's talk about the differences between our amateur division and our pro division? Because, for those of us who, or for the maybe watching that are actual bodybuilders, what's that progression like? What was it like for you to sort of streamline from being here on one of the Texas stages and then moving to our IFBB pro stage?
Great question, and it's definitely a process because you get shows, like you're saying, in time, and then when you get to that national level stage, then everyone is on their A game. They're, for the most part, local show veterans, if you will.
Right.
Like they've been to several local shows. They may have won multiple local shows. And so you've got to have that next level. You've got to really have no lacking parts. I mean, it's like you almost really do walk onto the pro stage when you're competing at that national level and you really want to earn your pro card.
Next up,
Was that your experience as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think going to a national show, and I think that you're ready for that. So take your time, grow into this sport. It is not begin and end with one show, and careers take years. Yeah, and I wish that more of us would understand that, and hopefully us being able to explain that to you guys gives you a better idea of sort of what this journey looks like for most of us.
That careers take years. That is so true. And bodybuilding is like the slowest race on the planet because it takes time to build that quality muscle and try to rush to the stage because it's fun to compete. I mean, and it's fun to earn medals and swords and things like that. But you're right, it's easy to get caught up in that and instead of taking the time that we need to really build and grow stage again.
Yeah, I agree. This sport improves if it's not already there. Cardio is cardio, right? 15 minutes is 15. To your point earlier, it takes time, years or years, eating and training. So those things take time.
And if you're, one of these weekend warriors that's trying to have a full-time career, which a lot of these competitors do, and then compete also as a hobby, like you are stressing your body out to the max.
Agreed. I cannot agree more. So we were talking to Dr. Morales.
Posing every day, certainly as you're getting really close to the show, and you've got the cardio only intensifies the closer you get to stage. So, yeah, it's everything. And then you're still trying to find it.
And try squeezing in balance of life and children and everything else. Yeah, it's demanding.
It is.
But the reward is so great.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And there's just so much to learn, like we just talked about your body, to learn about how to properly just, how to live more healthfully, certainly, and how to feed your body.
Yeah. So, Corey, let's go over what we're looking here with the overall. The turns here, these are called your mandatory poses and quarter turns. So, from your point of view, what are the judges looking for? How do you distinguish who's the best, who's the worst here? That way our audience has a better idea.
Right, and so I've never sat at the judges' table, but definitely they are looking for, like I said, that X-frame, the narrow waist and the legs that complement. Oh, yes. And I think sometimes that gets overlooked. But, yes, can you present the physique that you've brought to the stage? So important.
Yeah, I agree. So our novice overall winner looked amazing. And again, I think that this is one of those divisions that really, really allow our women.
All right.
Yes.
For the first time tonight, number 47.
I mean, not so much as, I suppose, the women's physique, like a classic physique routine. But still, I mean, you can absolutely make your presentation customized to you, to your physique, to show off your best angles, your best maybe your weaknesses.
The flaws, right?
Yeah,
yes,
exactly. So it's your time, literally seconds on stage. So.
All right, you guys.
Number 49 star Parnell.
Another thing too that I think is fun for the ladies that the guys don't have as much ability.
How much bling they have.
Yes.
It is amazing. It's amazing. Some months to put together, and just the investment in these suits, you guys, is
an investment.
Crazy.
They are an investment. They're definitely something you're going to want to wear more than one time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And wear something that you feel confident in, a color that you love, that you feel like goes well with your hair and, you know, all of that sort of thing. And talking about the bling, you know, now they've got bling on the high. All right, our class winner here.
So with winning her class, you guys, she will come back and compete for the overall figure title. And again, what we were mentioning earlier, the overall title is what you're aiming for. Just, you know, as an amateur, you want to on the. Looks like we are in Open Class C now. Now, what
local show that I ever did was actually, it was like, I guess the Texas State, and was when they had it in October. It would be at the Stafford. So that was the first one I ever did, and that was a Pro-Am, and so I was just like, no idea what I was doing. I was so ill-prepared. And then the second show was the Phil. And so, yeah, that's a good show.
It absolutely is.
And I don't know if
that was just sort of already built into you prior to getting into bodybuilding.
Yes. So that after we got legs, or you know, think about moving up, and so I was like, I want to move up because I like the training.
Yeah. Okay. How has the diet changed?
But yeah, you're dieting down to a lower body fat percentage, so it's a little more challenging.
Okay. Understood.
And our winner.
I think that's probably one of the questions that so many non-competitors have. It's just, what's the get down, right? So all we're doing is salads all day long, but it's actually quite different.
Yep.
So for you right now, what's the typical diet? If you were preparing for a show, just kind of what's a day in the life of a figure pro?
Right, so getting ready for a show, it's always like egg whites, use my muscle egg, do something like an oatmeal or cream of rice, cream of wheat as a carb, you know, some longer burning carb. And then, you know, we typically eat 5 to 6 meals a day, and lean proteins, those substantial carbs, and lean green vegetables. So, I mean, you know, my coach lets me choose.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so, you know, it could be green beans, it could be Brussels sprouts, you know, broccoli, kind of. It's good to be able to like mix and match within what's allowed.
Yeah, so you have some level of variety, regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Exactly. And what's interesting is like your body starts to crave those foods. I mean, you miss. I mean, how do you feel about that? I feel like when you're eating clean, you're like, yes. I mean, you still crave things, especially as you diet down and your fats are being reduced.
Right.
But I still feel like, especially after a show too, when you eat something they haven't had in a while, it tastes delicious, but then your body still craves that cleaner food.
I completely agree. For me, I think that I love the structure so much that when I get away from it, or I start to sort of reverse and I'm not eating the exact same way that I was, I wake up and I want egg whites, which is the strangest thing in the world,
Right.
but I really do. So yeah, I can totally relate to that.
And it's all about the timing of it too. Like, so as you start to decrease carbs, you know, you want to time them around your workouts, and so you're able to use those carbohydrates in your workout and then recover from your workout, you know, replenishing those carbs. And then maybe toward the end of the day, maybe you are eating a salad and no rice anymore.
Right. But you guys, you heard it, carbs. We still have carbs.
Yes. Don't be scared of them.
Thank you.
All right, wow, we're already on to Open Class F here.
Open Class
Our
F,
taller
your
ladies.
Fourth place winner tonight, number 42, Tracy Strickland.
It's amazing that, you know, we still see women that are taller in this way, but still are able to pack on muscle, still remain so conditioned.
Second place, number 43,
Absolutely.
Alexandra Farnham. Which makes your winner.
What actually is really interesting about bodybuilding is you can really see the variation in just natural bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, from long-waisted to short-waisted to, you know, just,
All right, ladies, you can scoot in for.
I mean, every variation of a human that you can imagine, I feel like you see. And I think that there are some that more naturally lend themselves to bodybuilding
Oh.
because, you know, like talking about the small waist, like a Sydney Gillian,
Right.
because you're, you know, 5-time Olympia figure champ. She's got some good genetics going for her,
agree.
you know?
I totally agree.
But then, yeah, it's so interesting to see. And not to say that any of them is bad. They're just different.
Right. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to what we do. I agree. You can certainly make your body look amazing regardless of what the structure is. All right, you guys, I think we are now in our women's figure overall. So this is going to be the battle for the sword and the title.
One thing I think is interesting that they don't do with figure that they do with, you know, the men's classes and even like the female bodybuilders. And I think sometimes the women's physique class is like that pose down. Like you don't get the pose down in figure, you know?
Yeah, we need to make that suggestion.
That's right.
We'll send that in for sure. I agree. And again, it just improves the camaraderie, right?
Yes, it's a lot of fun.
And
You
who
can
would
tell.
not love to see that?
That's right. You can tell they're out there having a good old time.
So you guys, the judges are now going through comparing different portions of the body. So we're looking at that X-frame, we're looking at the delts, we're looking at the density and muscle and level of conditioning. And so these views, as our women are changing position, allow the judges, you know, different opportunities to see that from different standpoints.
And these mandatories are when it is a little bit harder to hide things that you might want to hide because you've got to hit that mandatory pose. And then, you know, the judges will run them through as you're seeing, and then if they want to see two people next to each other, move them around and see how they compare and send them back through those mandatories again.
Absolutely. And I think one of the cool things when they're turning and going through the mandatories again, it's, you know, that there's no clear-cut person immediately, and the judges are having a difficult time trying to figure out. So, you know, oftentimes you get a group of men or women up there, and we feel like it's easy for a judge to make a decision, but it's tough.
Absolutely. And I think even more so, like we're talking about at that national level and then also at the pro level, because everyone is truly bringing their best and knows what it takes to be there at that level. So you're talking about very minor details at times that separate first, second, third.
Yeah, agreed.
Your open overall winner for 2022 Houston Tournament Champions, being presented by Frontline Therapy, one of our main sponsors that we are so
All right, almost ready for the overall here.
And that will go to number 49 Star Cardell.
Awesome. Congratulations to her.
I know that feels good.
Right?
I wonder what girl was looking forward to having after the show here today.
Ladies and men, don't fight the fight without your hormones being
Huge
right.
sword, Tournament of Champions medals. This is awesome.
Yes.
Makes life a lot
Yeah,
easier.
hit that pose on stage.
All right, congratulations. All right, that's your open overall champ.
All right, figure is done. We are moving on.
Let's bring out our top three to the diagonal and get them some awards.
I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, nah, unlikely. I be taking
The
shots.
top three of our women's Masters 35 plus.
Oh, just done with the open. Excuse me. We are moving into Masters, it looks like. Don't want to shortchange our Masters competitors. I've heard recently that they're bringing back a Masters Olympia, perhaps in 2023. Have you heard that as well?
True, yeah, absolutely. The speculation is crazy around who may or may not enter the shows.
Right.
Yeah, but I think Jake Wood did an interview. I can't remember who it was with. It may have been Dennis James, as a matter of fact. And I think he confirmed that in 2023 we would see it.
So that's exciting because I think that if you are doing bodybuilding right, it is definitely something, like you're saying, careers take years.
Yeah.
It is something you can do for years. It is absolutely something that is sustainable well into 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. I mean, absolutely.
All right, ladies, if you could scoot in close together for a picture of all of our winners tonight.
Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really
That's
take
great.
a loss, well, I'll admit.
So I hear you guys have some things on the horizon for this year in terms of sponsorships.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, very cool. So what's next? This is April now, moving throughout the year. What big shows you guys have coming up?
So Dr. Morales is sponsoring our guest poser, Logan Franklin, at the Lee Labrada Classic. That'll be here in Houston, actually, at the same exact venue.
Awesome.
The first weekend of August, so very much looking forward to that. And, of course, Logan is on his way to the Olympia this year again, and won the Best Poser Award at the Arnold, not this year, but the year before. He
Right.
didn't compete at the Arnold this year, so that'll be good. And then, of course, we are working with Sean Ray on his show in Hawaii that happens the Saturday before, the Saturday before Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's a really fun
Oh,
one.
who are you telling?
You gonna make it out? You gonna join us?
You know what? We tried to last year, so we'll talk to my wife. As long as she'll give me the nod, we'll be there.
Heck yeah.
We'll absolutely be there.
The weather was perfect when we were there last year at that time, and we've got Pro Wellness and Pro Bikini slated for the show, along with, of course, a full NPC show. So it's going to be a good one.
Very cool. And what about yourself? Any competition plans for this year? You know that's where we were leading.
Right, yes. So I'm coming off of a broken foot, still healing.
Ouch.
Yes, it was definitely ouch. It's been a process, and it's given me a lot of perspective, certainly, and a lot of appreciation for anyone just dealing with an injury.
Yeah.
My coach is Whitney Jones. She's like the queen of injury and recovery from
Very true.
recovery from injury. So it's been really good having her in my corner, just going through it, because she totally gets it. But yeah, I think September.
Okay.
I'd like to hit the stage.
Very cool.
What about you? What are your plans? Come on.
So, I was talking to Dr. Morales earlier. I think that we are shutting it down this year.
Okay.
And this is a part where, for those of you who are watching us that are competitors, listen to the judges. I get feedback. And when a judge tells you to grow a tad bit, that means put some muscle size on. And so that takes time. So you step away from the stage, understanding that the career, again, takes time to build. So I'm putting on some more muscle mass, and I won't be back on stage till 2023 sometime, hopefully earlier than later.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
know we
that's
get that
it.
itch.
Being back here is rough, right? You see all these people, and it's like, oh.
Yes. Well, that's good, though. I think you are doing it exactly right. You have to listen to the judges' feedback and try to address those areas for improvement. And sometimes it's not always what we want to hear, and it takes time, but it's the right thing. See, talking about masters into your 50s and 60s.
I agree.
We got
This is
50 plus right
amazing.
here. And you know what? If you ask somebody on the street, like, look at these ladies, how old do you think they are,
yeah.
right? They'd be like, they wouldn't guess 50 plus.
50 is not coming up, I guarantee you. And this is it, like that. Again, anyone can do this sport. And to be able to look like that well into your 50s is amazing.
Absolutely.
She's ready for her medal when you are.
Here, one of our women's figure 55 and up.
All right, stay there, Maureen. Couple of pictures.
Yeah, that's the thing about bodybuilding. You can often surprise yourself with your grit and tenacity, and it's just that's how I think it becomes addicting, because you see what you can do, and you're like, oh, I think you can do a little bit better.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I think the good doctor has returned, so I'm going to step away. It's been fun, though.
Awesome. Thank you, Corey. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you, T. Great. Y'all enjoy the rest of this show.
All right, you guys, we're going to get Dr. Morales back in here.
She just won her way into the novice and open classes.
As we take a look at our Wellness True Novice. And again, these are our competitors who have never stepped on stage before. So for those of you who have never done a bodybuilding show, this literally could be you. They are fulfilling their dreams, taking on challenges, so many different things, but they are making it work. All right, Doc, good to have you back.
Hey, man, glad to be back. I was starving. I'm not, no, but I'm sure you're the same way, but I eat like 6 times a day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My clock is
uh,
ticking. I'm sure it'll start reminding me here in a second.
Anyway, I hadn't eaten and had to eat, get some water in me. So that's one thing with bodybuilding. It kind of changes your lifestyle. You know, you're used to eating a certain amount of food and certain times of the day, and
yeah,
you know, it's
and duty calls whenever it calls.
I have to eat. So luckily, I have my wife, and she was able to pinch hit for me. She did a lot better than I did, I'm sure.
Both of us. No, it's amazing when you have, those of us who actually compete. So we're in these athletes' shoes, and being able to give our perspective on what they're going through, what you guys are seeing from them, I think is a true gift.
Sure.
Thank you, Lizeth. And number 50.
All right, so we're looking at our women's wellness novice again, and one of my favorite classes. I think that this class speaks to a ton of women, especially those who have the physical sports background, soccer athletes, tennis players, so on and so forth. They're able to compete, whereas the symmetry doesn't necessarily matter.
It's actually asymmetrical.
Exactly. And so what that means for you guys out there, it's a lower bottom half, so much bigger legs, more muscle development in their hamstrings, quads, and glutes, with a smaller upper body.
Yeah. It came from South America, basically, and then Brazil. Like, that's kind of where it's really started. And so they were looking for this. It's a really asymmetrical body shape, a very small top. Not really, you don't want big shoulders, you want a big arm, you want a big back, you want a very, very small waist.
Right.
Very, very full glutes, the butt, really full glutes, really dominant thighs, front and back. So it's a very exotic look, it's just taking over the world right now.
It is.
It's just really, it's the fastest growing division in the sport of bodybuilding right now. And a lot of women are just really attracted to the physique, and so it's becoming very quickly becoming the most dominant division at every NPC show.
Absolutely. And at the pro level, I think that our competitors have such big personalities that many of our amateur competitors just gravitate towards wellness. The Urishnas, the Angelas, Isabel. So many good competitors too.
Yeah. One of the top Olympian athletes, her name is Sunny Andrews.
Yeah.
And she's a general surgeon. She's a general surgeon as well, like me. She's a surgeon. She's in residency training right now, so she's not quite out yet on her own, but she's I tell you what, there's no way I could have done it in residency, and she's doing it, and she's dominating the sport right now.
I couldn't imagine either.
She's just phenomenal inspiration. I'm just telling people, you can get it done. It's amazing, when you get to know some of these athletes, what they're able to do in their short amount of time a day.
Yeah.
It really comes down just to making adjustments in your lifestyle, making priorities.
Agreed.
It's all about priorities.
Agreed.
What is important to you for the day? What are you going to do that day? Are you going to put off working out until the end of the day when you're really tired and you're not going to? Are you going to really not eat that food? It comes down to priorities. That's all there's choice. It's what's in and what comes out. It's very, very basic.
And that's a good point. You said priorities, and it's the choice, right? And those choices are what separate us as competitors. Those that prioritize obviously will do better and progress, and those of us who sort of just kind of let it linger a little bit, not quite the same.
Sure. Yeah. And for me personally, again, bodybuilding has kind of helped me become more disciplined, more ambitious, and more goal setting and goal crushing, and really kind of, Hunter Barada, you know who Hunter Barada is, right?
Of course.
He's an incredible athlete, great human being, dad, obviously one of the legends of bodybuilding sport, and he has this term called "win the day."
Yeah.
And that phrase to me speaks volumes to me, because that's what I do when I wake up in the morning. I'm gonna win this day, and everything I'm doing that day is hopefully count. So it's the little goals you set for yourself every day that leads to great success.
I agree.
100% agree. It takes days and days and days and days, and it's the ultimate example really is bodybuilding.
It is. Right. It is, and I think that's why so many people fall in love with this sport, no matter when you jump into it, how you jump into it, or why. That's one of the reasons why people join in. Congratulations to our women wellness overall winner, an amazing physique, and she really embodies what you just talked about with the asymmetrical figure, much smaller up at the top, but you can see just the glute hamstring development there in her lower body.
Better conditioning.
Absolutely.
You know, even how she walks is different, right?
It is.
It's a wellness thing. It's again, it's very glute dominant, very thigh dominant. So kudos to her. She looks fantastic.
First competitor in this group we haven't seen tonight, Reina Alvarado.
Another great example of the wellness division, right? You can see the asymmetry, the small waist, full glutes, full thighs, not overly developed upper body, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another one of the divisions where presentation comes in really, really big here. It's not just the way you present in your body, but it is your suit. It's how that suit fits. It's the hair, the flow, the level of confidence that you have.
Right. I was talking to my wife on the way up here earlier. Was man, like I wonder if we could have afforded it when we were 20s, like how expensive it is. And it's in reality, those people you're watching this right now. No, again, we're talking to people who are maybe interested in sport and think you're curious about it. You don't really know how it works, but it's actually a very expensive sport. Believe it or not, it's a financial commitment. Like if you get a coach, it costs money. The food, you're eating a lot. Really, I think you're eating quite a bit, but you're eating clean food. You're not eating out anymore, so
right.
You do spend less money.
Right.
But the time committed to eat is important. The quality of food you get is really up to you. Better quality food makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and it displays in your physique.
Very much so. And then little extra accessory things like getting ready for a show, like I don't know. Do you do like massage therapy?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that and so I kind of consider it recovery.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything that I can do to prepare my body, first and foremost, to work out, go through the punishment that we're putting ourselves through,
right.
But to be able to bounce back is the biggest thing.
So massage therapy is another aspect of training that really all professional athletes should strongly consider. And then, bodybuilding athletes, amateur to pro, are training 5, 6, 7 times a day, sometimes 2-3 hours a day, depending on where you are in your prep. And, it's physical trauma on your body. So you need to, make the investment to hopefully take care of your body.
Absolutely should.
Get your massage therapy. Some people do the other thing like cupping and all that other stuff, or acupuncture or whatever, or yoga. I don't know what it is, but, that's another financial commitment. And then you got kind of the uniform, right?
There you go.
So let's talk about the different uniforms. For bodybuilding, it's probably the cheapest. So you got this little piece of fabric.
The least amount of cloth,
right?
Amount
of cloth. Those guys got it easy, kind of. And then, going to the guys, you have like the classic physique, which is a little bit more cloth, not much more.
Yeah, a little bit thicker, but not too much more, I agree. And then my division, men's physique. So we're fortunate, at the end of the day, we're putting on swimming trunks.
Right.
I think those of us who care a tad bit more about presentation, we look at the cut, we look at the size, we look to see how much space is kind of allowed in the legs. But and then moving into the women.
Well, I want to go back to men's physique because when we get to men's physique, I really want to kind of dive into like more about the look and the style of the kind of the shorts, right? Because there's really, I have like 4 or 5 questions about it.
Okay, let's go.
But anyway, going into women, then you have like women's bodybuilding and women's physique, which have very similar suits, which historically, interestingly enough, was more of like a one-piece.
It was.
So technically it's a one-piece, but it's gotten a lot smaller.
It has. We're talking about strings that are holding these suits together now. And again, it's so that the women are able to show off their physique. The muscularity everywhere now on some of these women. And so that's why we've seen less and less material in those suits.
and they get more glamorous. They get more rhinestones. Like, you know, from my wife's suit, she's in figure, so it's similar to kind of one piece, but really two pieces that looks like two pieces. Rhinestoned out. I mean, it's thousands of dollars per suit. I mean,
these suits are investments. They're
really
not just
spend as much as you want, really, to market. I'm telling you, man. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah.
And I've got.
I feel sorry for your wallet.
Yeah, right. But man, she looks amazing. And that's the thing with for bodybuilding is when women, especially women, and you give them a really amazing suit, how they feel and how they present themselves, night and day.
That level of confidence is sky high.
It's these little things, man. Corey, when I got her that last suit I got her, she just felt so good in that suit, and you could see it on her the way she walked. You could see how she moved and she trained. It just makes a world of difference. So, you know, there's tons of suit makers, and
there are.
You know, we have a lot of options now.
You know, and I tell people this: seasoned competitors are the ones that are more than likely going to spend the higher dollar amounts on suits. But there's so many options for our first-time competitors. We're talking about suits that are on sale for resale.
Right.
And you can go to some of these suit makers and just ask.
Yeah.
Ask questions, and I promise you guys that, and that's another great thing about this sport, ask questions.
Yeah.
You get answers that you probably wouldn't believe, and oftentimes are able to save a ton of money.
Yeah. And for the girls, you know, there's the suit makers, a lot have like rentals, and you can just rent. Just like you rent like these dresses, and you go to prom and like these gala events. Same thing for these athletes that they have. But typically what it works is that they make a bunch of suits, different sizes and colors and, you know, level of, you know, gyms and stuff like that on it, or their sponsored athletes wear one time, and then they put it up for rent or for sale.
Yeah.
And so that's how Corey got her first one. She was able to wear, you know, one of the former athletes that was an Olympian.
Which is awesome, right?
She was like geeked out that she was going to get her suit.
Gracing the stage in this Olympia level suit.
I'm telling you, you're like, oh my God, it's so amazing. It's beautiful. And she looked so good in it. She was so happy to have it. But it's really, the price point can be really all over the place, but very expensive. Bikini too. The bikini athletes are, their fabric is getting smaller too, in my opinion.
I agree.
Man.
And the expense is about the same. It's crazy.
And the makeup and the hair. Some of these shows, y'all, last for 2 days.
Oh yeah.
So like the Universe Championship was 2 days for us, and so the girls had to do hair and makeup twice.
Wow.
Twice.
Wow.
Right?
And trying not to mess up everything in between.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to do it over twice, and it's.
I can imagine.
It's a financial commitment, especially for the women, unfortunately. The guys, we just kind of wake up and, you know, throw it on together.
We're fortunate. I agree.
But those husbands out there who, you know, have bodybuilding wives, you know what I'm talking about.
Get ready.
So just start preparing now. Start saving your dollars.
All right, you guys. Looks like we are getting ready to move into our Wellness Open Overall.
And this is really the show here. So these are the best women of each class, and they're about to compete against each other. And so this is where it comes down to not screwing off during the afternoon.
Yeah,
you know,
agreed.
Not eating a big hamburger and fries and drinking a lot of Coke or anything like that. So
still checking in on your physique. Yeah. Now the judges are going to start going through their quarter terms, and again, these are views, so the judges have an opportunity to see these young ladies from different angles, looking at muscularity, symmetry.
The girls are looking, judges are trying to look at here is like their waist to glute ratio. They're looking at conditioning, like, you know, you see, you don't want a lot of, you know, called separation and striation of their muscles, but just enough to see the muscle bellies and see like a quad versus a hamstring.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not excessive conditioning for the wellness division right now. And here in this pose, this is a very, very famous pose for the wellness division. So they kind of do this pelvic tilt, and the idea is you're showing off it's called the glute hamstring tie-in.
There you go.
Very elusive glute hamstring tie-in. So it's where the gluteus maximus muscle inserts where the hamstring tie-ins onto the pelvis. And so as you get leaner and leaner and more conditioning, this definition becomes sharper and sharper and sharper. And the ultimate version of that, you see that in the bodybuilding level, and you see everything. But here, it's really about the volume, the asymmetrical fullness of the glutes and the thighs versus the waist, right?
Completely agree, yeah. And I love when we do this, what we call the walk, right? So The judges will make them walk from the front line to the back line and back. It gives the judges just an idea of what those glutes look like as they're moving, an opportunity to kind of catch some flaws there too, any loose skin or anything else that we may have on our competitors.
We ready for this trophy, presenters?
Here's the suspense.
Just making a comment, like look at the suit colors on all these women, how beautiful they look, right? I mean, it's, you know, suit choice and color really comes down to the athlete. So red is very, very, very popular, especially women who have darker hair.
Darker hair, I was going to say,
pops with her skin,
absolutely,
makes her skin glow, makes her eyes pop, and she gets that coveted sword. Love it. Good job. Well done.
Has a beautiful physique.
Yeah. Great representation of wellness in the NPC division right now.
Some of this always surprises me. The last of women's wellness is the master's class.
So I got some, I'd like to kind of recognize, I was walking around during my little break here, and I was kind of looking around and seeing like all the vendors. So the vendors here at this show were just came out in force, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And as a sponsor and a vendor myself, you know, I'm a big sponsor of the, you know, the shows I go to. So, you know, today I've been very fortunate to be one of the commentators, and they let me put up a booth on the back by Corey.
All right.
So I'm here supporting the show as well. Muscle Egg, my wife is a sponsored athlete by Muscle Egg, and they're here. And if you've never had flavored egg whites before, man, it's good. And I'm not saying because I'm biased, I'm telling you because I've always drank Muscle Egg.
I agree, and they go down so much smoother.
Yeah. So good. It's even on prep, we were drinking Muscle Egg. We mentioned the other vendors across the rest of the show here, kind of pepper them out, but you know, it's because of these vendors and sponsors that shows like this production can happen.
Yeah, I agree. It's part of what goes into making you as an athlete feel welcome, feel comfortable, just enjoy the way that the shows are ran also, I agree. And some of these, you know, I'm sure you know, these are large financial commitments
much so.
These companies are using to input back into us as a bodybuilding community.
Right.
You get to sample some of the goods. They're always giving out free giveaways and goodies.
Sure.
If you can get out to a bodybuilding show, you guys, I highly suggest it. Highly suggest it.
All right.
Got to give a shout out to my man James Allen. He's a man behind the camera, and he's been in the NPC for a very, very, very long time. He was taking photos when I first started.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Some of my very first bodybuilding pictures are from James
Wow.
Allen Media.
Wow.
And he's a good friend of mine, and I've known him for a very long time, and he just does an incredible job of photography and videography. And now he's getting the live stream. And he's like,
James,
hey, Doc, I need your help on this.
man.
Let's do some live stream. I want to try it out. Like, hey, man, I'm here for you whenever you want to try something. I'm happy to pitch in and give my 2 cents on it. So this is our first attempt at live stream. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great. And how awesome is it he's innovative as well.
Yeah.
You know, instead of just dealing with pictures or videos or things of that nature, now we're live streaming, trying to provide you guys some insight as to what's going on or what you're looking at.
Yeah.
And it's just, the sport's going to keep growing with people like that.
Yeah, very much so. But my man James is the man. I had some of my best amateur bodybuilding pictures after the show with James, and I have them up on my gym wall. Corey does too.
Wow.
And so he has these photography packages that I would encourage all athletes to kind of capture the moment of your body.
right. Run away on this night. Do whatever we like. We will see things clearly. On top of the world is what we deserve. So listen, baby, listen carefully, 'cause I got something to say. I feel us fading. Listen carefully. Let's stop this charade. Stop this I would give you the world if it was up to me. It's not too late to be heard, so tell me what I need to know. Tell me what I need to know. And stop this charade.
My baby, I'm hesitating, and I don't know why. I don't know where we're going, don't know if I want to, even if I told you. Now my heart has changed its mind. Hey, listen, you need to understand, there's nothing wrong with you. I didn't mean to trick you into things I didn't want to. Never meant to hurt you, never meant to make you cry. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my know I can't pretend. I'm pretty, pretty baby. I know we can't be friends. That's why I took some time to figure out what I really, 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 really want. It's crazy to even think about leaving us behind when we spent all of this time. I know we have it good. I thought it was me and you. We were true, but something doesn't feel right. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in babies. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love for you has been covered in babies. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. I'm walking away, so slowly. I'm walking away, don't know where I'm heading, just know that I'm going, so I keep on walking away. I'm saying bye. I'm walking away, so slowly. I'm walking away, don't know where I'm heading, just know that I'm going, so I keep on walking away. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in babies. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love for you has been covered in babies. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. My love has been covered in babies. Maybe it's stuff I'm going through. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's not. But lately, my love for you has been covered in babies. So I think I need to be alone.
I don't need you, I don't need you, yeah. I need a new apartment, my own safe haven, and not the dump you live in. I don't need you, 'cause I got high ambitions, a boss vision. I'm granting all my wishes. I don't need you, 'cause you've been blocking me and you've held me back from day one. Always kept me down so I couldn't fly on my own. Used to think that being single was being alone. Now I know I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't need you. Yeah. I make my own decisions, my lifelong mission, releasing inhibitions. I don't need you to come crawling back to me, to tell me that you're sorry. I'm better now, I'm happy. I don't need you, 'cause you've been blocking me and you've held me back from day one. Always kept me down so I couldn't fly on my own. Used to think that being single was being alone. Now I know I don't need you. I don't need you.
the Tank Sherman, putting on a great show tonight. We're going to start things off with men's physique, finish up with women's bikini. We're just a couple minutes away. Make your way back to your seats, and we'll get this going. I see a bunch of great physique athletes back here ready to rock out. Let's get a picture for the social media here. All right.
All right, welcome back to the NPC Tournament of Champions live stream. So my name is Dr. Morales, and we got the man over here.
DeMarcus Harris, good to meet you guys.
So we just had a little bit of a break, and so we're about to get started with the men's physique divisions, NPC level. So this is my man's division over here. So I'm gonna kind of be in the silent here and just kind of chipping in some questions and peppering him some.
I love it. I'll try and make us look good while we can.
So let's talk about the men's physique division. Actually, I think I told you that earlier. Is that I competed in men's physique, my very first bodybuilding show. I had a great time.
Very cool. I believe that this is our true novice division.
Like true novice.
Yeah. All right. So these are guys stepping on stage for the first time. With men's physique, what we're looking for, you guys, we are trying to show off that V-taper, looking for density and shape, just being able to have what we would consider like the ideal beach body.
That's the origin of it, just really an attainable physique.
Yeah.
Kind of on the beach. Like when you see someone on the beach, you're like, man, that guy looks good, right? So it comes down to men's kind of frame of, wide shoulders, small waist. That's that classic V-taper, what we call it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It is. The sport has definitely evolved. I mean, some of these, I'm going to tell you, DeMarcus, some of these men's physique guys can give classic physique guys a run.
I see it every day. Trust me, I've competed against them. And to your point earlier, just the amount of work that these guys are putting in. Yeah. Some of these guys have legs the size of trees, right. And they absolutely could give them a run for their money.
So first question, their board shorts, like what are they looking at? Like what do you want? What is the ideal cut for the board shorts? Because different than, I guess, those divisions and women's figure suits and bikinis, stuff like that, they have different styles of cuts, based on your physique. Board shorts are basically, you can go find them online, you can find them on Amazon, like it's a board short. So
you can.
When you're a physique competitor, you're considering doing men's physique. Most bodybuilding guys that are interested in bodybuilding kind of get into men's physique most often because it's more of an attainable physique, right?
Yeah.
And so you go look out for board shorts. What do you want to look for?
So for me, it's understanding the way your body is presented. So some of us have smaller waist, others of us have a bit wider waist. Lat insertions are lower and higher. So just kind of understanding how that short fits around your waist versus that V-taper. So some guys are going to wear their shorts a little bit higher. Others may wear them a little bit lower. And I think that when it comes down to the design of your shorts, and so what we're talking about here, colors and cut, what complements you. So find some shorts that sort of match your body. If you are a darker skin tone, it doesn't really make sense to wear black shorts, that right. kind of thing. So a lot like our women, just understanding what fits your skin tone after you've had a tan. what allows you to present a little bit better.
I've noticed at the pro levels, like some like the athletes, like it looks like their board shorts are painted on them because they're so freaking tight. Like it shows off. I think they're trying to show off their legs.
Yeah, we absolutely. I'm guilty of it myself.
And,
absolutely.
man, they're freaking tight. Like I don't think they can sit down. Just playing with them.
But I agree with you.
Right? It's tight, man.
It's funny you mentioned that. My first pair of board shorts back in 2018 was a pair of shorts from Old Navy.
Yeah.
$10.97.
Old Navy. You competed in Old Navy board shorts.
I won my pro card in Old Navy.
Did not.
I did. I absolutely did.
I need to get a picture of that. Yeah. All right, y'all. Y'all on the live stream. Y'all need to go look this up.
Absolutely, yeah. But no, and that pair of shorts were wide, baggy on my legs and everything else. And to your point, I found that a better cut made my body look much better.
Sure.
So I don't have huge legs, but I got great calves, right? So being able to kind of show those off with my shorts, even though they're not necessarily scored, that was a really, really big thing for me, and just something that complements your color.
Nice, nice.
And with these small waists, guys are walking on stage with 26, 27, 28-inch waists.
Not fair.
Right?
Not fair, right?
And so trying to find some shorts that fit your waist are going to normally be pretty huge or,
Right.
tight, snug on your legs.
I'm very proud to say when I first started, those board shorts, I can no longer fit.
There you go.
Like my legs are too tight. I tried.
Grew out of them. All right.
Grew out of them. I was very proud of myself. Very proud. It took a lot of work, but when I had those board shorts on the very first time, they were like baggy on me. Man, been my coach Chris is definitely had a big role in that, but it's been a lot of hard work.
Making
on
some
my
changes
legs.
for you. Yeah, I heard that. And honestly, I think that's where most of us begin, baggier shorts, because we're trying to find our way. And
Right.
As you just progress through bodybuilding, going from show to show, you have a much better idea of what's going to work versus what doesn't.
Interesting to me, another comment for you, DeMarcus, is I think the men's physique class should have a weight limit to
I'm all for
your
it.
physique. Because I've seen some guys
As
on
one of the
here-
smaller guys, trust me, I am all for it.
Yeah. Anyway, we're not going to step on the toes of the judging panel, and we're not trying to. It's a topic of debate.
Yeah,
a lot
absolutely.
of people talked about it. Same thing for my wife is in figure. Same thing for her. She feel like there should be, there's a lot of women who feel like the figure class should have weight limits on their height, which it will keep everybody more normalized within each category of their class, similar to like the bodybuilding and the
Classic physique. Yeah, for sure.
I think it makes
For sure,
it makes sense, but powers that be, feel like it's what we're doing is continuing, which is I'm not opposed to it. I'm just,
Yeah, but you know what? Tyler, JM, if you guys are listening, tuned in, just consider it. Just consider it.
But what a hard thing for the judges to do, right? To judge these athletes, literally hours on end.
Yeah. You wake up before the sun rises, and you literally are looking at bodies across the stage, trying to nitpick and pull out details here and there for an entire day.
And I think that display of professionalism and as well as just experience of being a judge. Like these judges, like the judges here now, they've been doing this for a long time. There's a kind of an internship they have to do for years before they're given the opportunity to actually be a side judge, right? One of the judges. And then to get a head judge is even much more intensive and a lot of experience. And so there's a grooming process to the judging panels that they're going through. So the elite judges, right? The ones you see Olympia and the Arnold, they're the best of the best of the best. And what's impressive to me, is that they can literally see someone walk across stage and within seconds, make the decisions of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is really, it's done. Like they've already done it.
I think it's great you touched on that because, for those of us that are just kind of at shows or watching the streams, it's like, oh, this person's better, that person's better. But seeing it in real life is different.
It is different in real life.
And understanding that the judges that are doing that have gone through this rigorous process to even be able to just get to that point, to be able to pick out those differences is a great, great point to touch on.
Very much so. I mean, it's in reality, DeMarcus, this judging is very subjective.
It is.
Subjective means that, it's really the eye of the beholder, right? What I think number should win, maybe the judges completed the screen.
Yeah.
And the reality is I don't know what I'm doing. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you got to leave it to the judges and believe that they're making the right decisions and just, trust the process. And so there's some people get, their feelings hurt and they might feel differently, but really everybody's on the same stage, judged by the same judge.
That's the awesome thing about this sport is that you're dealing with subjectivity. And it's no different from writing an essay.
Right.
You're getting judged by people who have an idea of
Right.
what that essay should look like.
Right.
So there's really no right or wrong answer.
Right.
And from person to person or score to score in terms
Right.
of essays, you may get different grades.
Right.
And that is the awesome thing about this sport. You're going to get feedback to progress. You're going to get feedback about little things to change. And that's what subjectivity does. And it makes or breaks us.
Absolutely. And what's amazing about this sport, especially, and we can talk, we're both from Texas, but the Texas judges here, if you're competing in a Texas show, an NPC show, you actually get to reach out to the judges and say, hey, how do I look?
You do.
What do you think? What can I do better?
Yeah.
Do I look good? Do I look bad? No, they'll give it to you if you want it, right?
And they're going to give it to you straight, too.
And,
no chase.
they're not going to sugarcoat anything.
No chase.
So, typically process, you get sent in pictures and their stage pictures, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember, you look great.
Yeah.
Right? You need to work on this and this and this and this. Some judges, Corey was one of them, was, after one of her shows, after the show, one of the judges came out and just kind of pulled her aside, hey, you look great. You need to work on this and this and this.
Yeah.
And that's what happens, at least here in Texas. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've seen it firsthand. Not just from my wife, but also other athletes too, is that the judges want to help you, right?
Yeah, they care. They care.
do care.
They pour themselves back into this sport. And whether it's a critique or, just a confidence boost or something like that, they do.
Anyway, I think the judges love the sport more than we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they care. I mean, these judges are sitting there for hours on end looking at people all
Yeah, just giving up a day like that says enough, right?
All day, They work hard too.
All right, you guys. So what our judges are doing here is just sort of comparing the differences in structure, muscularity, symmetry, and presentation from our guys. You may see some shifting going on.
Mark, let's talk about the poses. What are they judged on?
Yeah, absolutely. Symmetry is the biggest piece of that. So just making sure that everything matches. If you were to take a line and divide yourself in half, how full is your chest? Do your pectoral muscles match? Do your delts match? Are they round? That 3D shape is what every athlete is chasing. And clearly, number 81 here sort of met that criteria from our judges. Congratulations. I love it when we have guys that have personality that are able to jump out on stage. That's that hard work coming out right there.
Months of hard work right there.
Yeah,
He's proud. He's so happy. Congratulations to him.
And then a tad bit more, just on the back poses, how long you're able to hold and maintain those poses, what that depth of muscle looks like, how conditioned you are. This is one of the, much like bodybuilding, I would say, conditioning matters a ton in this division. So your judges are going to give the athletes an opportunity to showcase that off.
So these poses, these athletes do them in men's physique is different than like classic physique or certain poses, right? We call them mandatory poses.
Yeah.
So the mandatory poses for men's physique is really like a front and a back, right?
It is. I tell people this: it's your best picture from the front and the best picture from the back. That's it. You get nothing more. So you better make it count.
Yeah. But I tell you, like watching the Olympians. The men's physique. I mean, they really make it a show, right?
Yeah.
It's really only two poses, but man, they make it a show, bro.
They do.
The transitions.
They do.
It seemed like the transitions become more and more dominant, more elaborate.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
I think it's just understanding that we need some showmanship in this, right? So we're probably the most basic of all of the divisions. And you just need some showmanship here. So the transitions, moving from one pose to the next, that's really what our men's physique guys are trying to bring to the stage. Because we want to be entertaining also as best as we can.
Okay, so we want to give you this award, and y'all can share it or decide how y'all want to do it. They had 14 people in the show.
Wow.
And not only did they do that, they brought their whole team. Okay, and Lorhana and your husband from Armor Training, where are you guys at?
So I think Sherman just gave out the coaches
Where
award.
is she? Where is she?
If
Where's
a
the
coach's
husband?
award equates to a sword, I think I'm going to start coaching.
Yeah, no kidding.
I just saw him.
Typically, and I remember they used to give out rings.
Yeah, yeah. It's cool to see
Sword's pretty cool.
swords going out. Yeah, I love it.
Cobra, come here. Okay, this guy,
This is my man Cobra. Good
I know y'all
friend.
get sick of seeing this dude. He always ends up winning the most overalls in all our shows.
Yeah, he does.
So what I need y'all to do is not only give him a hand, but other trainers, I need y'all to step up so we can give it to somebody else. Every show this guy's winning all the overalls, and I know y'all hate it, but you gotta step up and take it from him. So I want to thank you for doing a great job, brother. And
My man Jay.
is Lorhana or her husband back there? I just saw him.
He produces.
She had
champions.
14
He does,
people in the show.
man. He does. You know, this is one of the, we were talking about it earlier, one of the coaches that you look into to see where their track record is. And to receive an award like this by a promoter, acknowledging the work, is pretty awesome.
All right, let's move on to men's physique.
A lot of hard work. He's one of the hardest guys I know. He
Yeah.
works really hard and he loves what he does. He's a competitor too, so he's
That's awesome.
on his way, hopefully, to get his pro card. And
Yeah.
he competes in bodybuilding. And I think his plans are to compete this year, so I really look forward to more of Jay.
It's very cool, man. Not only does he coach the sport, but understands it.
He
Yeah,
lives
which
it.
is important, right?
Yep.
All right, another class of men's physique guys here.
That guy looks great. Look at him.
And here are your winners, starting with your fourth place winner, number 79, John Rojas. Third place, number 141, Marcus Carter. Second place, number 78, Steve Plant. All right, guys, you want to scoot a little closer, hit that great physique pose?
Right.
That's it right
You
there.
got your top 4 of this class.
Yeah, good class.
Congratulations, guys.
Deserved. I think next presentation is going to be an overall. Is that what they said?
Yeah.
24, Brian Sagaroy. All right.
And for those of you guys tuned in, we get the opportunity to see all these athletes as they get ready to get on stage. So I wish we could give you a sneak peek into backstage back here. But you guys and girls pumping up, just preparing to step on stage and showcase it all. This is probably one of the better seats in the house.
Yeah. Get to see everything. You can kind of see where the glazing happened. Oh, that sweet smell of protein.
Oh.
Right? That smell of this tanning solution we put on ourselves to make ourselves darker and shiny, and there's a very, very, very distinct odor to it. So it's the smells of bodybuilding in backstage. Don't get too close, so we kind of stink.
Right, I know.
Haven't showered in a day. We're kind of presenting the rest of the awards. We'll kind of another shout out to one of the title sponsors, Frontline Alternative Hormone Therapy. So this company provides kind of hormone therapy to men and women, it sounds like. For the owner, he's fantastic.
All right, Brian.
Really committed to the medical safety
Very cool.
in the sport of bodybuilding. And so it's not a, I guess, a hidden fact that some athletes are enhanced with performance enhancing medications, and there are some athletes that abuse it, unfortunately, but I would say the majority of people don't.
Yeah, I think that there is, first and foremost, there's a need for it, not just within our sport, but just, there's so many clinics, there's so many doctors and companies out there that are helping people get back to what their quality of life once was. And I think that it's awesome to see someone take an interest in this sport in particular, just to make sure that you have
safety.
someone. Yeah, exactly.
It's important for anybody who's considering this kind of therapy, so to be monitored for safety of your body. So this practice really focuses on replacement therapy for people with hormone dysfunction and who go through kind of a menopause for men, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Women go through it too, so men go through it as well. And so a lot of guys will find that they feel like have a low libido or low energy, all of that. And so sometimes they have it's called low testosterone. And so there are medical indications for replacement therapy. And so a lot of these clinics you see now in the community are very much driven by that specifically.
Yeah. And again, I think it's awesome because you're improving the quality of life. Yeah. We got some good men's physique competitors here today.
Kind of stands out for me. He's very shiny.
He is.
Nice glaze, don't you think?
He is.
Yeah.
He highlights well under these lights. There's another good thing about that I think we should talk about it is posing in men's physique. And so as you guys are kind of watching some of these guys go through their different poses, you'll see the difference, right? Where some of them are front facing, others are slightly turned and showing us different angles.
Third place, number 80.
To a great topic we should talk about is posing coaches. What do you think about that?
I think that they are well worth the investment. And I think it is another tool that you need to have in your bag. It absolutely is. At the end of the day, this is still a presentation of art. And getting with a posing coach, no matter what division, I think is very, very necessary. So take the time to invest in yourself, invest in your presentation to make sure that you're giving yourself the best opportunity to win.
It's all about presentation, folks.
Yeah.
You can look the most amazing physical specimen up there, but if you know how to present it well, you will not place as well as you think. It's the reality of bodybuilding. So find someone who is maybe experienced with posing. There's posing coaches specifically, and they're usually former competitors or in their industry for a while, and so they'll help you kind of enhance your strengths, right, and hide your weaknesses.
Exactly.
And so
that's what posing is all about.
That's what it's all about. It's all about. It's ultimate presentation because you're only getting really seconds. And again, it goes down to seconds of that first initial look from a judge. They make your judgment almost immediately within seconds. So presenting it well is super important. So let's talk about this pose. Who does well with that pose?
I think that guys that have a tad bit higher lat insertions.
Okay. What does that mean for the layman?
Yeah, so your lat insertions, what we call bat wings.
Okay, like
right?
this guy.
Right?
Really, really high or low?
So his are pretty high, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
It's high.
But they're thick.
Right.
So that pose for him works.
Yeah.
He fills in that space, so hands on hips there. And if you look at the space between his hands and his elbow bend,
right,
you're looking to fill that space as much as possible.
I like that.
So that works well for him. Everybody's not able to do so.
Yeah.
And that goes back to, again, your posing coach is going to be able to help you understand what works best for you.
So basically what you're saying, like that straight on front pose, people who have naturally small waists and full high lats are going to do really well with that, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like to me, the ultimate kind of example of that is Jeremy Potvin. You know who he is?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
That guy has like a 25-inch waist and his back is like growing off his shoulders.
Potvin and Andre Ferguson, I think, are the top two with that pose. That Superman pose is kind of what we call it. It's hard to achieve.
Yeah.
It takes a special kind of athlete to be able to do so. The lighting at this show is starting to show off a lot with these men's physique guys. This is a great stage.
Kudos again to this production team that's running the show. Audio and visual. Visual by James Allen Media is doing a great job with the live stream as well.
All right.
I think it's running pretty good for the first time
It is, yeah.
My man's over here killing it.
Can't wait to see this grow. I think that, again, this is pretty awesome, just giving you guys a front row view of what's going on here. And you don't have to wait for the pictures to pop up on the internet or Instagram.
Second place, number 81, Emmanuel Vargas.
One thing I like to do when I'm watching shows just by myself, typically, when I'm in the audience, is if I see any pros around that are in different divisions, I try to like buddy up to them.
Yeah.
And especially during that time when they're actually going up, I just try to pick their brain. Like, what are you looking at? What are you looking for? Who do you think is going to win? Who do you think? Well, why are they going to win? Right?
Yeah.
What are you looking at that shows that's going to tell you that they're going to win? And I'm still learning. It's a learning process for me.
I think that's huge, and you know, it speaks to the sport once again. And I know we've probably said it a billion times, but majority of the people in this sport love to give back, and even if that giving back is just some amount of conversation with some insight into what they think that people are looking for, what the judges have talked about before, that's invaluable. All right, I think we're moving into our men's physique overall. And you guys, just so you understand, our overall competitions are actually judged live. So this is the first time that this group of individuals are being compared against each other.
So this is for us all. This is for it all. Each of these athletes have won their respective class.
Yeah.
So back shot, what are we looking at, Marcus?
Back shot, you're looking at V-taper, you're looking at density, cap shoulders.
What about arm position? Where do you want an arm position in this pose?
You know, I tell people your hands need to be a tad bit closer to your waist than up in the air. All right, so the judges are moving guys around. I think the crowd likes this one.
You can hear the crowd in the background. They're really getting after it.
This is definitely one of the more competitive classes from tonight. This is a good class.
It's typically one of the largest divisions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so again, the camera's showcasing some of the shape, the density, how well conditioned these guys are. You can see how these shorts fit too.
I see that.
I think some of these are kind of painted on also.
Right.
Tough class. Very tough class.
I agree. I'm kind of partial to the Superman pose for a minute. I don't have that anatomy. I never did well with that
here.
one,
I wish I could do it too.
Man, it's such a cool pose for me. You know, to see it. I can't do it, but it's cool.
Tournament champions, open overall men's physique, number 89.
There you go. Congratulations.
There's that Superman pose.
Yeah.
That's the guy. He looks great. Well done. Good job.
Yeah, an amazing physique. Again, small waist, able to pull off that pose.
Yeah. I think you should go ahead and just make the step to the Nationals and get it over with. Right?
You know, I say he's there.
Yeah,
he's there.
Outstanding physique, great symmetry, great shape.
And this is what we're talking about, you know, just having a pro-level physique already prior to going to that national stage. It's big.
Here we go, Masters 35 plus. We've seen
All right, you
This
guys.
is my division. You got Masters here.
There we go.
And I'm telling you, these guys look just as good as the Young Bucks.
They
I'm
do.
telling you. You know, it's always impressive me, like see the Masters up there because they don't look like Masters.
Yeah, no, not at all.
You know?
Yeah, this is one of our masters, and he was just in the overall for the open class. So,
There you go.
yeah, to your point, it's there aren't too many degrees of separation between a masters and an open person at all. Not anymore.
Some of the elite athletes are in their 40s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy? Yeah.
Well, you know, I think that some, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like that's a peak for some of us, especially when it comes into bodybuilding.
Maybe. I mean, you have some of those outliers like Dexter Jackson.
I know, right? Well into I'm 50 years old, still competing on the Olympia level. Like, yeah.
It's insane, right? There's a lot of athletes in their 40s now competing at the highest level. Doing a damn good job of it.
Yeah.
All right, Masters 40 plus, your third place winner, number 76, Matt Luttrell. Our beautiful representative from Fit Fashion back out there awarding. Second place, Yusuf Al-Shadi, number 80. And first place, number 139, Jason Love.
I think this is actually our Masters 40 and up class here. Still great physiques.
Yeah.
Next up, Masters 45 plus.
We got 45 plus Masters.
If anybody found a phone, please bring it to the judges' table. We'll make sure it gets to the right person. Anybody found a phone? Anybody that works here found a phone, please bring it to the judges' table.
All right, you guys, a couple more men's physique classes, and then we know what you've been waiting for, bikinis after that. Yeah, you kidding me? 45 years and older?
Look at that. I'm telling you, man. Bodybuilding's the fountain of youth in many ways.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
absolutely.
You know, they're taking care of themselves, eating right. You know, it's again, it's a 24/7 sport. Gives you motivation in the gym, at least for me. It gives me a reason to train and constantly try to improve myself.
Along with Lowell Rogers. And for the first time tonight, we'll bring out number 92, Noreldin Mazloum. Oh. 17,
How awesome is it that we still have guys competing with prosthetics? Like, could you imagine? Just, and again, that's one of those bodybuilding stories that I'm sure we would all love to hear, just how he battled to even get on the stage.
Right.
All right, there we go. Masters 50 plus, your third place winner, number 92, Noreldin Mazloum.
Wow, 50 plus.
Plus, he was a trainer at one of my gym that I used to work out.
Oh, really?
Good man. Yeah, he's a good dude. He competes every year. He does like 3 or 4 shows a year.
Awesome.
Here in Houston. He just loves doing it. So kind of seeing the lineup back here. We're looking at we're almost done with the men's physique divisions. We're about to right into bikini.
Yes, what everyone's been waiting
Everybody's
for.
waiting for bikini. Bikini's like usually the largest division at the NPC shows. So
Why is that?
the largest division?
Yeah.
No. Tell me, man. I mean, it's again, it's like men's physique has a little more attainable.
You know, and that's exactly what I think. It's just that it's attainable. It's you can walk in your bathing suit on the beach, and this is a way to show it off.
These aren't beach bikinis though. And these bikinis are really, really, really elaborate.
Yeah, you're not getting in the water with these. I agree.
No, you're not. But these women really work hard. They train. I mean, they're bodybuilders, right? So
They are.
You know, they're dieting, they're training, and very similar to the way the other athletes in other divisions do. It's just a different purpose.
Yeah,
right?
I think that bikini is one of the more difficult divisions in terms of making sure that your physique fits it, because, you know,
Right.
we love to work out, all of us, no matter what division we're in. So too much working out, and you develop too much muscle.
Sure.
You know, too much dieting, and now you're too conditioned, too much, you know, striations and things of that nature. So it's very, very difficult to make sure you maintain the physique that fits this division.
Pose, fellas, you want to hit your favorite physique pose? There you go. Congratulations, men. All right, that concludes men's physique, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we just finished the men's physique. Get into bikini. What everybody's waiting for. And I think they put it at the end because people stay for bikini. And so there's more people in the stand.
Yeah, we get to keep people here at the show.
It's always a big draw. But I think wellness is to be catching up on.
Wellness is definitely
It's
catching
coming
up.
Coming up on fast.
I see a lot of athletes trying to now figure out whether or not they belong in wellness or shifting to, or staying in bikini, one or the other.
My wife Corey started in bikini first. She did 2 shows. Her first 2 shows were bikini, and then her coach said, "You know what, Corey, your legs, you have soccer legs. We need to get you in the figure."
Time to move.
And so it was a great transition for her. It really kind of showcased her strengths, which are her legs. She's very leg dominant, and she liked working out her arms and shoulders. So for her physique, it really works well for her.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I'm sure the live stream does a great job, but you guys, these suits that these women are wearing are fabulous. Wow.
Stunning.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
It's kind of semi-dark back here, but they're glowing over here.
Yeah. No, they literally are.
Yeah. It's not a bad view.
I agree.
And these women work really hard in their presentation. The hair's done, makeup's done.
Now, the bikini girls are the ones I feel the worst for because they're up last,
Right.
Which means that they're dealing with no food
Right.
for the longest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
70, Vanessa.
They're still able to get on stage and smile as if everything is okay.
94, Danielle Alberti. 95, Celestria Brascom.
Big class.
96, Nicole Emity. 98.
So obviously, for big classes, the idea is they get a last-minute way to kind of get their last pictures on stage, and their family and friends and supporters are able to see them on stage one more time. And eventually, we're going to get into the top 5, top 6, right?
Yeah.
We're going to give awards out. I remember when bikini first came out, the division first came out. I think it came from the car shows,
Really?
right? Those car shows, right?
Wow.
You saw bikini competitions
That's
at
news,
car
right?
shows.
I
When
can
first
see it
came-
though.
And then it just started saw the division pop up, and then bikini quickly became a dominant division,
That's awesome.
right? And then same thing for men's physique. It was a new division. It
Yeah.
came out. Like you see classic physique coming right now.
Right.
Everybody wants to go to classic. Right?
And I think that's one of the good things about our organizations, both the NPC and the IFBB Pro League. They listen to their fans, they listen to their supporters,
Right.
and they're delivering results to us, from the things that we're requesting. And it allows more people to become a part of the sport.
And it's evolving. You
Yeah.
can see the evolution of it. Like for example, like the girls, the wellness division. Like you saw women were they a little more bottom heavy.
Right.
And now they have a class to compete in.
Right. Agreed.
They don't fit bikini.
Agreed.
They don't fit figure. So they need something in between, right?
And
so
that
kind of wellness kind of works
wellness
out
was the
for 'em.
answer, yeah.
And then classic physique is like, we don't want to do men's physique. They want to pose, but they don't want to be big as bodybuilders. And right, and then you got this hybrid version, which is like classic physique, where it's not quite as much muscle, more about symmetry,
Right.
aesthetics,
Right.
in the pose, show off your legs, and so. Classic physique is not only popular because people want to do that division. It's popular because men physique want to get bigger, right? And they outgrow their frame, and then the next evolution, you go to the next
Yeah.
class, which is classic physique.
Agreed.
Or you're a bodybuilder and you're like, I'm screwed this. I can't
keep up.
I can't keep up
Right.
with the size I'm getting it.
There's an
and I'm
option.
just going to come back down a little bit, and so you're getting kind of influx really with 3 ways, in
I
my
agree.
opinion,
I totally
as this division. I think that's one of the reasons this division is growing so quickly. Influx from men's physique, downflux from bodybuilding,
Yeah.
and then people who just like classic
Yeah.
that are new.
And our superstars help with that too. Right? You
much
mentioned
so.
Chris Bumstead
Yeah.
earlier, Terrence Ruffin. Now we
Right.
have the younger guys, Urs Kalzinski, Darwin won here earlier. Just the superstars are really contributing to that as well.
Thank you, ladies. Great job.
Back to the judging of what the judges are looking at for people who are joining us.
Yeah.
We're looking at, the gold standard. It's a subjective sport. We're looking at the gold standard, and our gold standard is basically our Olympians.
They are.
They're the best of the best, and they're looking at that structure and the frame and the conditioning, and they're comparing that in their heads to the people who show up.
Yes,
Who is
absolutely.
close to that physique, to that gold standard, right?
Absolutely. And That's a great point. The gold standard is what fits that class, right? There are criteria for bikini, there are criteria for figure, there are criteria for every division, and the gold standard is the person who best fits that. And then everyone else is compared and then just sort of notched down from there, you know? So our pros against the pros all the way down to our amateur division is who's the closest to what we are trying to make sure the class is.
And for those people who are kind of new to the sport, you know, we have the NPC, which is our organization, provides these workshops all over the country. They do such a great job of having, you know, pros to help you. Like, this is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
You know, Sandy Williamson goes out there a lot.
Right.
Like, a lot of the pro judges will come out. Sherman will be there. Like, this is what we're looking for in our athletes on stage.
Yeah.
This is how to pose. These are the people we endorse or we support, you know. And it's, you know, they're free. Most of these NPC workshops are free. There's tons of resources, people. Don't say you're alone.
How great is that, right?
I'm telling you.
You get to try it on, so to speak, before you have to do it. And one of the taglines that I see all the time is know before you go.
Right.
So you get to understand what a show's like and what the requirements are, all of those things. Yeah, until it's free.
Yeah, they
Can't
do mock
beat that.
shows sometimes, right? They'll say, strip it down, and you get up there and you start kind of posing, and you kind of get the anxiety of like, oh my God, I'm being judged, and oh my God.
Which is great though, because you have an opportunity to get that out the way.
Yeah.
Before you actually get on stage.
But it's never like that first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember my first time. I think I had some paisley color shorts that I bought from Walmart or something like that. Just, oh God, it was crazy.
And I bet you won.
I did. So, right, it speaks to the physique, not necessarily everything else on the amateur level. On the amateur level, the physique is definitely important. This is another good class of bikini women for us here.
Beautiful class. What's always fun to me to watch whenever I'm a fan here is to watch the overall bikini.
Oh yeah.
Man, it gets loud out there, folks.
You guys thought men's physique was rough. Wait until overall bikini comes up.
A lot of screaming. So we have a lot of fans and friends supporting these athletes. They stay to the very bitter end, and that's when we're about to see here probably within the next like 10, 15 minutes. So.
All right. Novice B, your second place winner, number 70, Vanessa Cabrera.
Again, another pretty suit here. Earrings are blinging.
Okay, so scoot in for the picture. Thank you very much.
Here's again to the production team here with John and Virginia. They've just done a great job expediting back here in the back. I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of shows like
I have.
Kind of a little bit sketchy in the back as far as expediting, but this expedited crew back here, kudos to you guys because y'all are doing an amazing job.
Yeah,
Flow and
production, the flow, how they're lining up the athletes, the amount of space that's here. This is great.
Yeah. Not a lot of expediters screaming their heads off. They're doing a good job. So great job. Been a great show.
Congratulations, ladies. You want to scoot in for this picture?
Really good quality athletes, too. I was fortunate enough to come to this show last year when we had Men's Physique Pro.
Okay.
And the amateurs at that show looked amazing. And I'll go as far to say I feel like this year is a tad bit better than what it was last year. So, again, just another good testament to the promoters, how they're growing their shows year over year. And I'm sure you guys next year will be even better.
Which for me is very, it's a good thing to see because I think Texas has a lot of shows.
We do. We definitely
we're a big
do.
state, folks.
We got a lot of people, so we need them. We need them.
So it's good for just more opportunities for people to kind of give the sport a try. And you have great promoters in the state of Texas, and they're going to provide these incredible, hopefully first-time experiences or multiple experiences that you should have, and be proud of the physique you've worked so hard to show off. great pictures. All you guys definitely want to go get some pictures after your show, maybe the day after, and capture the moment of all the hard work you put into for months.
All right, your third place Novice E winner. Nope, Novice D, 106, Brianna Haney. Second place.
Going through our novice classes, handing out awards. I believe this is Novice D. I think we have one more novice class coming up, you guys.
So the mark we talked about earlier, so novice classes is basically your first time ever on stage. First time ever. So people are considering bodybuilding, want to give it a shot, you should definitely do called the novice division, and then do another division, which is called the open.
Yeah.
Right? If you're a master's, you can do a master's, right? And if you're age of 35 or 40 or 45, there's different divisions for you based on your age. So there's a class for everybody, really.
It really is.
It really is.
It really is. And great point. I think you should get stage time. For us, there's no practice better than being on stage. And so as many classes as you can join them.
Yeah.
It only helps you perfect your craft as you're going through. Not to mention it helps get the nerves out.
Yeah. Tell you what, that first time on stage, you're just ball of nerves. Like you're you're excited and you don't want to screw it up. You're thinking about suck it in, hold this tight, move this, and it's you see people pretty nervous up there. But,
nothing's become routine yet.
Right.
So you're running through all of that, and it's sort of a checklist in your mind as you're up on stage and taking every step and every breath.
Smiling at the judges, looking at the judges.
Yeah. There's so many little intricate things.
Little things.
Right?
All the little things.
Second place, number 111, Andrea Gonzalez.
We're just kind of looking backstage. Again, we have the luxury of looking at backstage of all the athletes, and everybody looks happy, right? They're not angry. They don't look too scared. They look excited to me.
They do. And I think that means that the athletes are comfortable.
Yeah.
And when you can put that level of comfort backstage before you get on stage, then it's just a show at that point. You put that cape on, or whatever sort of magical outfit you have in your mind, you get ready to perform, and that's it. Bright lights, and it's showtime.
Yeah. And the goal really is to have fun.
Yeah.
It should be fun. If you're not enjoying it, then you're not doing the right sport. You need to get out.
Yeah, you went through all of this for a reason.
Oh.
Novice F. We have two more classes. They're very tall. 104, we already saw Vanessa Barrow. We welcome number 115, Isabel Evans.
It's cool to see. I don't know if you, I don't know if, I had a coach here when I was in my amateur competition days, and also my pro days when I was competing. Was my coach came backstage with me.
Oh yeah.
And you can see that now. So we got some judges, some coaches back here, kind of last minute coaching tips for your athletes, right? Talk them up a little bit, encourage them, keep your head up, those kind of things. You're doing great. Let's eat some banana, or eat some Skittles or something like that, or drink some water, or help you with like a working out. Tell you to do some dumbbells or something like that. So
those
coaches, these little things, I think, for me, it helps.
They are. They absolutely are. Turn this way, turn that way. Last minute posing fixes, or hey, earlier in prejudging you did this. Let's do this time around. I agree with you.
Makes a big difference. At least for me, it made a big difference. Having my coach back there just kind of helped me a little less anxious.
Yeah.
I feel like if he felt that was good, I'm gonna be all right.
Yep.
He's always like, just go have fun. Like,
you can put the worries to rest at that point.
It's like her. She looks so happy.
Great job, Amanda.
Having a great time.
She does.
All right, your second place winner tonight, Novice G, 98, Lauren Harper.
Novice G, wow.
And your winner, number 116, Amanda Marbach.
I think the highest class I've ever seen was H.
Same here. At a national show.
At a national show.
And you're talking about 20, 30, 35 competitors per class. Yeah, absolutely.
And
there we go. Congratulations.
Yeah, they look great.
Such a cool feeling to walk off with hardware.
Yeah.
You know, nothing like it. You get to show that off to your friends and family and your kids if you have kids.
And start the trophy room, more importantly.
Yeah, start the trophy room, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's bring out Faith Everwine.
It's funny. Let's talk a little bit, DeMarcus, about the why. Like, why do you keep doing it? Like, why? Why do you start, right? So you want to try it the first time, and then why do you want to keep doing it? Do you want to win in the show? Do you want to be an overall champion? Do you want a sword? That's what I wanted. I want a sword real bad. I didn't get a sword. Do you want to be a pro? Think you can be a pro? Do you have the qualities to be a pro? And then when you become a pro, then what?
I agree with you there. I think the why is the chase towards perfection, right? Or we'll call it progression. You do one show, and then if you're like probably you and I, you caught the bug and you want to just keep going. But the keep going, that why is how much better can I be, you know, for the next time and the next time and the next time. And I'm with you. Once you realize you're competitive, then you want to become a pro, and because it's such an elite position to be in this sport, and you realize how much dedication, sometimes how much time, and everything else that pours into it takes to get to that level.
Yeah.
And like you, once you become a pro, you're back at the bottom and you start scratching again.
Right.
The why changes to now I need a pro win. Now I want to make the Olympia.
You know, you see a lot of people turn pro, and then like you've hit the Everest. Like this mountain's like been so high, you're just crawling up there.
Yeah.
Like you just took an elevator. You're like, easy bud, let's go to the top.
I was fortunate.
Most of us scratch and crawl and limp and fall down like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And then, you know, get back. Some people have a really long, journey up that mountain to the Everest, like John Meadows.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great example.
Legend.
Really good example.
Right?
Yeah.
Great example. This guy competed for years and years and years. Could never get that Lucid Pro card, and he finally got it. Man, and he fell down.
And again, you become a pro, and now what?
Yeah.
It's starting all over again. You're ready to go and chase and chase and chase.
Yeah. It's just so cool to see everyone's journey, and everyone has a different journey, you know. But at some point, you know, the become a professional is like it is an Everest for most athletes. And at that point, do you want to be an Olympian? Like that's another question. Like that's some of the athletes. I will say a small subset where I want to be an Olympian one day, and I'm gonna do everything I can to become an Olympian one day. And some people are just happy, competing.
Just competing.
For the love of sport.
Yeah.
And so that's more my why.
Understood.
Is I like being on stage. I like training
Looking
with my
good.
wife. I like competing with my wife. I can't look like a chump next to her.
There you go.
So
that's all. That's enough motivation for all of us. I understand. Trust me.
And we have a good time. We're gonna start now. We're a professional. Then we can do international shows. So we're gonna do a little bit of traveling.
This is very cool, man.
You know, like Vancouver and Puerto Rico.
Wow.
And maybe Arnold one. I mean the Australia.
Okay, or Brazil.
I think Australia is basically in complete lockdown still, but be cool to travel the world. Now I'm a professional. We can travel the world, right?
That's cool. That's so cool. So and to be able to do it with your wife is even better.
Yeah. So we're excited.
Even
as
better.
a couple, we're very excited to be able to have that opportunity now that we can go make a, kind of like a family trip that's rolled into like a work trip. You know?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Fun at it and see the cool places of the world.
All right, you guys, this is live judging for our Bikini Novice overall.
You guys are going to have a hard time with this one. Y'all look great.
They do. So with traveling, while judges are taking a look here, do you guys include the children too? Are you able to turn it into an entire family trip?
Very much so.
Yeah, that's awesome. Right? Yeah. So the vacations to the local spots here and there now get to turn into these large family vacations while you get to do what you love doing. Yeah.
The goal is like the first part of the trip is mom and dad have to work a little bit.
Yeah.
You know? They're old enough to be able to entertain
They understand
themselves.
that part
they understand.
too.
They've seen us do it, and Corey and I, for us, since we do it together, we've always been focused on not taking our family life away from the kids.
Yeah.
So we exercise and we train when they're asleep.
Wow, that's awesome.
They don't even notice that
That's
we're
awesome.
putting in hours in the gym. They don't even notice because they're still asleep.
Wow.
When they get home, we're there for dinner.
Yep.
Right, we're there for homework, whatever. It's really important to make sure that we didn't, impact our quality.
Take that away from them.
It goes to, with their age, really. Age is a difference. It's really, really hard when they have babies. I can imagine. How old are your kids?
17 and 7.
Okay.
So huge gap. My 17-year-old, we're fine.
Yeah.
But my daughter, 7, and she is full of life.
Yeah.
I'm 21, so it's a handful at times. All right, you guys, real tough class. Judges walked them a couple times there.
Strong feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of these ladies high in the open class as well. Hope you're getting credit for your steps tonight. You're working hard. Thank you, sir. Whoa. I'm too uncoordinated for that.
Beautiful class. Beautiful class of women.
All right. Go back to my cheat sheet here, but I think it is who I think it is. And it is. Your novice overall winner for 2022's Tournament of Champions.
Here we go.
118, Ashley Oliver, 118.
It almost seemed like she didn't believe it. Did you see that?
Scary part when all the numbers are
Like,
too close together.
wait.
118, yeah. Congratulations to her, though.
So the bikini shape here, they're looking for just, good conditioning, nothing no crazy, right?
Right. You're looking for muscularity, but you're not looking for separation. You're certainly not looking for any level of striation, which would be over-conditioned. Great structure, and I think you mentioned it earlier, great shoulder-to-shoulder ratio.
And one we haven't seen yet tonight, Adriana Johnson. All right, thank you, Adriana. And number 122, Marlene Villegas.
All these girls look hungry.
It's that time.
Yeah. Getting towards the end of the show, everyone's kind of getting ready to get up on stage and go home, eat some donuts.
Right.
Yeah.
Stuff, you're stuffing your face.
Let's talk about the first thing you eat after the show. What do you eat? What do you like to eat?
All right.
Depends on how many shows I have lined up. Let's go with there are no shows for a while.
All right.
I'm going back to a hamburger and fries.
Okay.
Deep dish.
Yeah.
Pizza if I can
Okay.
find it. I'm not a huge dessert person.
Yeah, me too.
But I like salt. So anything with
Salty.
salt in it, I want it. What about yourself?
I'm a burger and fries guy.
Okay.
Just like you. But right after a show, like immediately, first thing in my mouth is gonna be like a bag of Skittles.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah.
some gummy bears. I like gummy bears a lot.
Okay, I can go with the
Yeah.
gummy bears for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Cookies, like I have, some of my patients will make me cookies.
Oh, really?
We freeze them. Yeah.
All right, ladies.
And carry them with you as you travel? Oh.
Bro, like during prep,
Oh.
let me tell you something. Get so many treats, you freeze all of it. And then when you take them, you take the ones you really want, and you take them to the show with you.
Wow.
You thaw them out while you're there at the
All
hotel.
right. New secret.
And then unbelievable. I mean, some of these crazy treats, right?
Yeah.
Open class.
Wow.
Nuts.
We have seen
So
all the
we have a couple of cookie vendors here.
That's about to
Amazing.
say, that's a great thing about bodybuilding. Some of the cookie vendors here, the Cookie Company, My Cookie Dealer.
Cookie dealer, love his cookies.
Yeah.
Man. Not something you can eat every day.
No, not at all.
But
You're talking
it
about
does,
literally a pound worth of cookie.
No kidding. It's a pound. That is not a joke, people. That is a real cookie there.
Thank you, City.
And when you haven't eaten those kind of things in a long time, we're talking about months, man. I'm telling you, it's kind of life-changing.
It is. It really is, man. Working through our Class B presentations here.
Third place, number 103, Jenny Wilson. Second place, number 109, Eileen Hernandez.
Here we go. It's getting better.
Interesting. The last lineup of classes coming up.
Great job, ladies, scooting in for that picture. Congratulations. City, we'll see you in a few minutes for your open. All right. That was Open B. We go to Open C. We have seen two of these competitors, Nicole Emity and Brittany Robles. And now we look forward to, in the center stage, 123, Rosa Williams.
All of you out there have been watching this live stream for the whole time. Thank you. Thanks for tolerating us too over here.
Appreciate you guys for joining us. Absolutely.
Really appreciate your attention, and hope you're enjoying the live stream. It is free. Hopefully, people who maybe not interested in bodybuilding maybe get a little bit of insight into it. You know, with our commentary, we're just, you know, we're both two professional bodybuilders. And we love the sport. And we're trying to hopefully educate some people out there who are, are curious. Why is my friend doing this? Right? Why are they so miserable all the time?
Right. They keep turning me down to go out.
Yeah.
Why?
Why does he bring a Ziploc of food all the time?
Thank you.
Why does he eat fish in a bag?
Right. Right.
So this is the why. This is because you get those, a few minutes of glory on stage, and your body's in the best condition typically most people can attain.
Yeah.
At a moment. So that's kind of some of the why for many people in bodybuilding is you want to look the best you could ever look. And typically when you do more, you keep getting better and better and better and better. And that's the ultimate chase, is this chase for improving your body. Bodybuilding, that's what it is.
Great job, Jessica. All right.
It's always good to see my patients say hi to me.
Yeah.
In line. And just to see them so happy. So excited to be up there.
Fourth place, number 94, Danielle.
So let's talk a bit about that with your patients, especially in the bodybuilding world. What do you typically see patients the most for?
Number 124, Jessica.
I'll say for the female divisions, it's going to be patients who have like deflation of their breast typically. Sometimes, multiple pregnancies causes some changes to the breast, like deflation and like sagging, and so I may be a service of enhancing with her volume or some shape changes, improve some shape of their breast, and so, for bodybuilding, it is not uncommon to have augmentation.
Very true.
To have some cosmetic surgery of the breast, it's actually very common actually. So I'm in I'm a bodybuilder. My wife's a bodybuilder, and I feel like I have a unique experience, insight to the sport of bodybuilding, what it takes to be a competitor. I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of athletes in the sport.
Right.
I do feel like I have some expertise in it. I don't know. And so it's really my ultimate goal is to improve women's confidence on or off stage. I tell my patients all the time, being a bodybuilder is going to be a flash in your life. Just a flash.
That's it's
just a flash.
Great piece of advice.
Don't do these enhancements or improvements in your
for
body
stage.
For stage.
Yeah.
Please don't do it. That's the wrong reason. The right reason is because you want to look more confident. You want to feel more confident in your own body and your own skin.
Thank you very much, ladies. Congratulations.
A lot of women here have been dieting for months and they lost a lot of body fat. They lose breast fat, and so have anything up there. An enhancement or a volume augmentation does improve their physique.
Yeah.
It changes their proportions a little bit.
Oh, no, it absolutely
They
does.
stand a little bit more confident. They present their body better. And again, it comes down to presentation.
Right.
And what it is. Some women have multiple kids. They have a lot of stretched skin on their tummy areas, and they can't get rid of it. It doesn't matter how much diet and exercise they do. It doesn't matter. They just have extra skin. And so some women, choose to have that skin removed, and that's kind of where I come into. It's called a tummy tuck.
Right. And it's awesome to have options.
Yeah. Options. And I'm not here to force anybody here.
Right.
So don't feel like I'm forcing what I do onto anyone. It's just, I'm at your service. I'm here to help people, and men and women. For men, there's a lot of guys who have like extra skin. That's like one of my favorite things to do is remove skin.
Yeah.
Something you'll never be able to diet and exercise off.
Very good point. Very good point.
Contouring for the body area and for the chest. Some guys have some genetic predisposition to have fuller chest gland tissue.
Right.
And then when they get really lean, you have this like little nugget behind.
And you start to see them.
You start seeing it, and you can't hide it on stage, man. You can't hide it, and it never goes away. It only gets worse.
Yeah.
So it's something. It's a thing I do for the guys a lot. I do like 3 or 4 a week.
Wow.
So these are, especially at the elite levels. It's I would say a lot of the elite athletes that may or may not need it.
Wow.
Reality.
Wow.
The judges will tell you need it too.
Oh yeah, trust me.
Yeah, the judges will tell you, hey, you need to get that fixed.
I've been at table conversations and certainly have overheard for sure.
Yeah. So as a judge yourself, what do you think about it?
I think it detracts from your physique, especially when we're talking about the male divisions for sure. It's something that pulls attention away from your physique, and it sort of makes me focus on that. And then I start to think, health-wise, how does that gland affect you? What is it doing to you? Things of that nature. And something that I won't call it simple, because I don't think that anything that you do is simple, but probably a lesser invasive type of surgery could, again, boost your confidence, for one, make you look better, for two, and then get rid of something that your body doesn't necessarily need.
Sure.
I think goes a very, very long way.
A little taller yet.
I will have conversations with athletes just to see, hey, what are your goals? Is this something that is going to affect you long term, as you progress or want to progress? If so, then yeah, you may absolutely want to take a look and talk to a doctor about it for sure.
Thank you, Amanda. Number 129, Michelle Jones.
Still moving through our bikini classes here.
I gotta tell you, DeMarcus, still impressed with the overall quality of the athletes today.
Yeah.
We've been there the whole time, and it's just,
all right.
I'm in shock, and it's early in our season, for us.
Early. Exactly. It's only
Early April. To look this way, means that most of these athletes started right after the new year, if not before.
It's a good sign for the year.
Yeah, completely.
Because typically, most athletes can do like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 sometimes, especially in the summertime. That's when the most of the shows are going to be. So, not to take anything away from the show, but sometimes they feel like this is a test show. Like, let's see how I do. Let's see what I need to work on.
Right.
And they use that to make some improvements, and they come back in the summertime and do some more Texas shows. And thankfully in Texas, there's the show almost every weekend.
Yeah, and the quality of judge here in Texas, because we have so many IFBB pro judges who actually do judge the amateur shows, that level of feedback, I think, is invaluable, because, again, you're talking to Olympia-level judges that are giving you an opportunity to make improvements on your physique. Crazy.
And again, opportunities are everywhere. Like the NPC here, especially in Texas, is very supportive of the bodybuilding community. So they're doing these workshops. They're free. You're going to meet tons of judges. You're going to meet tons of pro athletes that go visit, and they're donating their time. They're not getting paid to do these things.
Right. Simply because they care. They care. They want to make sure that they're handing the sport off to the next generation of competitors or judges or expediters or, those of us that are here commentating on the sport. We want to make sure that we're handing it off to a great group of people.
Right.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Bodybuilding is alive and well in Texas.
Very much so. Very, very much so. And I think that these athletes are just a testament to it.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
I'll tell you what, it's good big back from the pandemic. The pandemic, that was a hard year, man. That last year and a half was hard.
Yeah,
I haven't seen anybody with masks here. We're in Texas, but I haven't seen anybody with masks. Everyone's enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
It's back to normal to me now.
Confident and comfortable. Those are the 2 C's that I use, especially around the pandemic. And I respect everyone's decision and opinions about it, but being able to be confident and comfortable is just another level of peace that I think you have.
Absolutely. Normalcy has been great.
Right. Absolutely.
Closer to each other for the picture.
I competed in 2019 at the Legions, right in the middle of it.
Oh,
congratulations!
And we had to wear a mask on stage. We had to wear a mask in the back. Like, they had the city people coming by, and they threatened to shut down the show completely.
Yeah.
They caught another person with a mask on.
Yeah.
Like, it was like we're trying to eat, and
that's
they're like, put your
crazy.
mask on. Like eating.
Crazy.
Mask it back up, and so that's the city. That was in Reno.
Wow.
It was absolutely absurd.
Wow.
Just
I experienced a little bit of that. So Optimum Classic in Louisiana, the Men's Physique Pro there, was basically the same thing. We had a huge arena with competitors that were allowed to be in the show. Backstage, you're trying to
Competitors
carve up.
only.
Competitors only. Everything
fans.
else was live stream,
Man.
or you're
What
watching
a
it, you know.
Totally different experience.
Yeah. Completely different. There, you know, there was no screaming. There was no cheering a
Right.
person on.
Right.
That was a rough 2 years for us as athletes.
Yeah, it was rough. Because you kind of do it to show off in front of your friends and
You
family,
do.
right?
You absolutely
to
do.
have the audience without an audience, I couldn't imagine. Like
Yeah.
when I did the Legions, we did have an audience, but everyone spread out like 6 feet apart, and there was a limited amount of people that could be in the room. There was a line at the door that was
Boxes on the floor.
Yeah, there was boxes on the floor. It was absurd. But to do it without a crowd, like the Arnold, they did it without a crowd.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a show of that caliber.
To feel the energy of the fans.
Yeah.
This
This is
something to
great.
be said.
This is great.
So all the competitors today who are really experienced in how it used to be, right? It's been it's cool. It's cool to see again. Refreshing.
Beautiful. There it is right there. That's next year's Visit
I love that
Houston
backdrop.
Post
It makes me so proud to be Houston.
Right?
Not even from Dallas, but man, Houston. I like seeing Houston on there.
I'll give John a hard time, but I mean, he does a hell of a job here.
Yeah.
A hell of a job.
And we'll bring them out. Again, A through F, Marlene, City, Brittany, Patricia, Jill, Vanessa, Jacqueline, and Ashley.
All right, you guys, looks like we are getting ready for our open overall live judging.
This is the big show here. Those are people you joining us. This is I'm sure a lot of people joining us now because now this is where a lot of friends and family are watching this part here.
All right, once again, I think for the final time tonight, I turn things over to our head judge, Bill Sibilia.
Your class winners of each division for the open class. So open class, let's talk about the open. What is an open class, DeMarcus?
Open class means anyone, any age can participate in that class. So there are no limitations around competing in that class. The great thing about the open class, that's where the best of the best will be.
Right.
You are competing to qualify for nationals, any national level show, which then qualifies you to become an IFBB pro. So this is where it starts.
Yep.
Judges are moving the ladies around a little bit, trying to get an initial idea of where they want everyone. They're going to turn them back to front a couple times, probably make them walk as well.
And so shuffling, where's the positions? Let's talk about that because I don't think most laymen don't quite understand the positions. Like, is first place on the far left or is it the far right? Like, who's number one right now?
That's a great point. So it depends on the number of competitors, but your first place is always going to be towards the middle of the lineup. So in this case, with 8 women, we're looking at the middle 2.
So those middle 2 are the top 2 positions.
Those are the top 2
Fighting it
positions
out.
right now. Right, exactly.
It's so hard for me to judge bikini. I just, it's like the hardest for me division to pick
No,
out.
bikini, again, it's that fine line. You can't be overly conditioned. You can't be overly muscular. No, not too much separation. Bikini is very difficult. Looks like the judges have figured this one out.
Bikini is one of those divisions where they ask them to walk back to the back, right?
Yeah.
So why do they do that?
Good question. So walking them back to the back allows us to sort of see what you mentioned earlier, that glute ham tie-in. It also allows us to see how that glute moves over the hamstring as well, and see what the waist to glute ratio is also. So several things that we're looking at as those ladies are walking. And that walk just gives the judges a much better idea.
Bikini, open overall for 2022's Houston Tournament of Champions, number 131, Jacqueline.
There you go. She looks great.
Congratulations to all the class winners. Jacqueline, you're going to need this. Ward off your new stalkers. There you are.
Still great level of conditioning. Poses very well. You can see the glute.
All right, Masters Bikini. That is all we have left, folks.
Right, we're finishing with the Masters Bikini.
35 plus.
All right, you guys, we're winding down. Hang with us. Almost there.
Third place winner, number 115, Isabel Evans. Second place, number 128, Olga Pargas.
Oh, the red square. Oh, man. It's called dead center. That's where you want to be. You want to
Dead
be in
center.
that box.
Absolutely.
One comment I want to make at the very last minute is just the lighting. You know?
Yeah.
Lighting is, for the judges, it's so critical to really see everything they need to see for the athletes, right?
Absolutely, it is. We mentioned earlier just talking about the different levels of tan and how that becomes important for different body types and obviously your skin color. It just, the better the tan that goes with the lighting, the better results the judges are going to be able to see.
All right, Masters.
I tell you what, when you see someone without tan for the first time, that's where they're like glowing.
Yeah, agreed. Talk about washed out.
Yeah.
Second place, number 111, Andrea Gonzalez.
It's a great, again, a great stage. The live stream looks amazing here, and in person is even better. Wish you guys could see it. But this production team did a really good job on this show.
Fantastic job.
All right, ladies, if you could scoot just a touch closer for the picture. I'll get our team photographer ready.
What's great about these shows is that all these pictures will be up on NPC News Online,
Yep,
which
they
is
sure will.
part of the organization of NPC. You know, James Allen Media is taking these photos for the NPC basically, and what's really impressive to me is that these photographers are able to upload these images almost immediately.
You're talking about thousands of pictures. Yeah, I agree.
Across the country.
Thousands.
Immediately. The technology has really gotten so much better. It's really evolved quite quickly.
Center stage.
So the evolution of the sport really kind of goes hand in hand with the presentation of the shows, like the live stream and the photography.
Completely agree. Completely agree. All right, you guys, I think this is our last class of awards for the day.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed the live stream.
Your third place winner.
DeMarc and I'm honored.
Yeah, likewise,
to sit
Dr.
next to you,
Morales.
man.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you.
You know, you're somewhat of a figurehead in this sport.
I don't know about that.
So
I don't know
it's
about
pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
I really enjoy my time commentating this show. Hopefully you get to see us again. But maybe we'll do it again soon, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Really enjoyed it.
We got a big schedule ahead of us, so.
We do. We got a ton to show the rest of the season. And I think you'll see live stream again more often. So please, if you like the live stream, please make comments on Instagram. It's Decent German Champions. You know, James Allen Media provided the live stream. Virginia, John.
Of course.
Please let them know.
Share that feedback.
Did you like the live stream? Did it work out well? Were there technology issues? You know, feedback is really important. So that way, future live streams can be better. It's all about getting more people to know the sport. This great sport that we love. So we thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. And have a great night. Be safe out there. And we'll see you at the next show.
Guys, take care.
All right. See you later.
Thank you, guys.